Shit. Can you hear me now? Gosh darn it. Well, that was a waste of the first half of this deal. I still had the controller plugged in. Oh, goodness. Wow. Alright. That was pretty dumb of me, but, what I was saying is, where did I go so wrong? Like, cause looking at this, I want to get this one. I don't think it's possible to get this one. Cause to get favored by the overseer, do I have to get all of those conditions, or am I good with just unity? So I'm starting to realize that to play this in a good manner, and I mean not in a good manner, but to get a balanced and good stuff to happen, you have to sacrifice. You have to actually make some decisions that you don't want to make. Like, obviously, my unity is really high, and my reputation is really low. And the reason being is I always chose the unity options, even if they gave me minus reputation. Now, is that a bad thing or a good thing? I don't know. We'll see. Because we got to get the family at peace, which is 7 unity, so who knows? We'll see as we continue. The past few weeks in Anzante resembled your first year in the capital, when you and Sophia were recruiting people to join the Lotless. You were so full of hope and ambition back then. By the way, you missed this part. I also was muted for this part. We came back home. I opened the print shop, which is just a front for the spy operation. And what we're doing is the same thing that we did in the capital, which is recruiting young, angry people to spread basically lies and slander these nobles' names who actually want to help the common folk, is what we are doing in these events, which sucks. Slowly, you both begin to make useful friends and acquaintances in the cities. Street peddlers, merchants, laborers, vagrants, and each of them requires a unique approach. The teachings you use in Eterna work here as well. You look for the people you need, plan secret meetings, and make sure everything is secure. Sophia delivers one ardent speech after another, berating the Imperial Order. But so far, only few people have stayed with you after these meetings. You have to hunt for each new member all over the city. Commoners are too afraid. Only the most desperate or insane are ready to join you. There are 2 members in particular who stand out. One is Father Fuad, a creaky old priest with fire in his eyes. He introduces himself as a commoner who has chosen the preacher's path. Does that mean he is a new believer? Fuad scoffs at the question. I'll put it this way. The only words that are true are those the twins tell you themselves, and I've heard their voice plenty. But the priests who just cook up some nonsense and call it divine law, they're either crooks or fools, all of them, and Insantius is the biggest crook and fool of them all. This guy is kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Okay, but that's okay. It's okay. Had he lived in any other city in the Empire, he would already have been burned at the stake for these words. But in the Anzante, Fraud freely preaches in various taverns and squares. Moreover, the old man is well educated, so you hire him as a typesetter, and even let him sleep in the storeroom. When the time comes to assemble a mob or spread some rumors, he will surely come in handy. The other is Aladia Surin, who works at the print shop as a bookbinder. A quiet and cautious young woman, she nevertheless believes in your words and your struggles with all her heart, and her innocent appearance hides an ardent well. Why would she choose to fight against the Empire when Aladia explains? You do not expect her cold steel in her voice. My sister was hanged in Eterna after the trial of the 50. I know I might sound like a weepy little girl, but I'm not looking for pity. I just want her murderers to hang. That's it. Sophia's speeches are always brimming with passion and sincerity. She speaks out against the injustice of the Empire and calls for people to fight with such intensity that sometimes you find yourself getting swept up by her words, nodding along with the rest. When she speaks, Felipe's plans and the secret chancellery disappears, replaced by a vision of a new world where justice and freedom reign. But this illusion passes every time, and when it does, the truth about your conspiracy always feels more crushing than ever. You gave all your employees a day off today. Sir Felipe El Ferro is coming to Anzante. Your print shop is the first place he'll visit. Sophia stuffs tobacco into her pipe over and over again, trying to look calm behind the smoke. You hear the sound of hoofs and wheels on cobblestone. A carriage comes to a halt outside. A man walks past the windows and knocks at the heavy front door with the handle of his cane. You open it hurriedly. Felipe is not alone. He is accompanied by a man with his sinewy arms and the face of a predator. Give me a minute. I'm gonna look up that word. Sinewy? Consisting of or resembling sinews. What the hell is a sinew? A piece of tough fibrous tissue, muscle, or bone. Okay. It's a weird word to use, but okay. Once inside, the secret chancellor's advisor slowly takes off his cloak, then inspects the premise with care. Sophia was right. Excellent choice. Well done, Brante. I had my doubts about you, but those doubts are gradually being eased. You are indeed a man of many talents. Speaking of talents, allow me to introduce you to Oliver Moss, an old friend of mine. I brought him all the way from Eterna to help you out. His skills are even more unusual than yours, Brante. It's amazing how much a person can learn to do when he's well paid. Oliver grins at Felipe's words. The toothy smile cuts through his face like a gruesome scar. You flatter me, Sir Felipe, but you're right. Coin works wonders. Felipe chuckles at that. He produces a small flask from a pocket and takes a little sip. But you, Sophia, you disappoint me. I expected to see a functioning organization, but I am told that what you have here is not a secret society, but a miserable rabble of the worst people in the city. Just look at this shelf. Proclaimed priest Fad. We are in Anzante, this hotbed of hearsay and rebellious ideas. How come you are able to find skillful conspirators here? I need a nice little revolt that's easy to suppress. I need a network of spies to dig up dirt on anyone who may stand in our way. Is it too much to ask? You did this job perfectly well in Eterna. What's the matter, Sophia? Can't you do the same thing again? Sir Felipe, Brante and I are going out of our way to get more people into our ranks, but things are not looking too good for us right now. The province has an overseer. Citizens are hopeful. They expect change, so the only people who come to us from the very bottom of life. This rabble is dangerous. They will ruin my plan, and they will bring you and Brante to the gallows, and this time I won't be able to do anything for you. Get rid of them and find conspirators who can be trusted with real work. I have too many enemies here in Anzante. The local magistrates alone is a huge thorn in my side. You have to act faster. Time is of the essence. Or maybe you have more important things to do than serving the Empire. We are doing everything in our power, Sir Felipe, but in order to prepare your plans, we must recruit as many people as possible, and this is what we are doing. Don't try my patience, Sophia. I said get rid of the rabble. Find real conspirators. Carefully vet each and every one of them. Sophia lowers her head and, unable to further argue with powerful advisors, Felipe suddenly turns to you. Brante, you're the main recruiter for the society. What do you say? Can you do this job for me? Why can't I do this? Gosh darn it! Like freaking bullshit, man. Manipulation. That's all I need. Who knew you could get through life with just manipulation on your side? Gosh. I guess I'll fucking agree with the asshole. Gosh. You readily answer that you will follow Sir Felipe's order. It is dangerous and stupid to recruit strangers without any vetting. You will make every effort to select only skilled and reliable conspirators. You and Sophie made a mistake, but you will fix it. Sophia scoffs at that. Sir Elfero, however, pats you on the shoulder. You scoff at that all you want, woman. You're the one that screwed me over, so suck it. Well said, Brante. We'll do just that. As for you, Sophia, I don't suggest testing my patience any further. You're the one straw away from breaking the horse's back. Oh, can I turn them on each other? Ooh, I might be doing this. I mean, what? Speaking of straws, I believe your secret society still needs a name, right? The Last Straw will do just fine. It's cheap, grim, pompous. The lowborn ought to like it. Oliver, I'm leaving you in care of our rebels. Show them how real secret chancellery agents get things done. Felipe downs the last of his flask and walks out of the print shop. Sophie follows him without saying a word. You are left alone with Oliver. He looks you over. You're gonna get along just fine. Don't you worry. Yeah. But we got +1 spy network, dude. +1 spy network. You know what that means. The Last Straw is growing stronger by the day. More and more names are being added to your list of potential recruits. Dress fancy tomorrow, Brante, but don't look too rich. We're going to a saloon. A saloon. A gathering of young poets. They're all commoners, mostly new believers. Oh no, dude. So they think they aren't defying their lot by writing poetry. This'll be their first meeting ever. I say we take a gander. Who knows? This could be useful. You go to a small building in the very heart of the city. The first floor was once a tavern, but it has been converted into a stage with benches for the audience. The place is noisy and crowded. Those who cannot find a seat squeeze into the spaces between the benches. You and Sophia stand in the back corner, far away from each other. A young man in a thread-barred jacket makes an announcement. Welcome to the first weekly gathering of the Anzante Poetry Society. I have a feeling that my guy's sister's gonna be here. The poets are all young men and women. They take turns walking up to the stage from the benches to read a poem or two of their own creation. They look humble and shy at first, but as they declaim their stanzas, their voices ring with sudden strength and daring fever. A mighty giant with his head held high, his heavy tread, his trained and measured stride. He is an effigy of a lowborn life, with naught but chaff and rags, but dust inside. By lowborn labor granted food and clothing, he is indeed a terrifying sight. But look behind his eyes, and you will find not grandeur or renown, but fear and loathing. Behold the azure skin, the bread contempt, their past long turned to ash, their blue blood bled, their majesty in flames, their mantles rent, coined in diamonds, white and rubies red. The glimmering giant rots, his essence spent. The gems may glitter, but the husk is dead. The poems recited on stage display exceptional variety. Rhymed couplets, blank verse, short stanzas, lengthy cantos, pathos Latin ballads, vulgar screeds, humorous epigrams, scanty tirades. Oh my goodness, I'm stuttering so much today. Some tea, baby. But in each and every voice you hear the same pain, the same weary ache, born of servitude, the gnawing grievance with the gods, the simmering rage against the empire, and the dream of another destiny, another life, another existence. We're recruiting poets, though? Like what are they gonna do? Rebel with words? A commoner, the word is like a brand. The twins themselves once told me to be silent. I want to scream, can't take this anymore. The misery around me knows no end. The gentle folk just beat us and demean us. The young, the old, the poor, the sick, the tired. They tread upon us, gazing at the heavens that feed upon our sweet-soaked suffering. Every poem fills the room with loud applause. Every line resounds in people's hearts. This much is clear from their faces. Some mark every word and verse with a nod, while others cannot hold back tears. With the zeal of preachers guiding their flock to their lot, these young poets chastise the ills of worldly life with every word they utter. You join in the applause. Like it or not, their poetry hits home. Some of the poems are crafted so well you find yourself eager to read them. This kind of poetry would be in great demand here in Anzante. What a shame no print shop would agree to publish it. What? Later that night, you rejoin Sophia to discuss what you have seen. I've never heard anything like that before. I'm used to nursery rhymes and bawdy drinking songs, but this is something else. Emo poetry, that's what it is. You cannot help but nod. The meeting was like a sermon, and the poet's words hit as hard and as true as the scarmental lash. And the audience, you recognize the look in their eyes. People look at Sophie just the same way every time she uses her magic. The thing is, they have no magic, but they can see the truth and they talk about it so well you can't even stand it. Well, what can I say? I'm glad we went. Those kids could easily spark a riot with just a rhyme or two. But the question is, what are we supposed to do with them? It is a good question indeed, a difficult question. Those young poets are at their strongest when they speak from their hearts. Trying to tame their ardor would be like playing with fire. You could recruit them, but it would not be easy to use them. If you cannot keep them in check, one day they will inevitably incite a rebellion. Maybe it would be wiser to nip this in the bud and put an end to their society right now. The secret chancellor could easily deal with them, but you could also report them to the prefector. The gendarmes could take care of them in no time, or maybe you could pass the case along to father. It might do his career some good. Or perhaps all seems so new, so unknown. Is there any other way you could harness the strength? I'm not pissed off. Man, come on. Manipulation. That's all we need. That's all we ever need. To do good options. Gosh. So if you recruit them, you get +1 unrest, but you get -1 spy network. Which sucks. If you do this, you get -1 unrest, +1 spy network. You get reputation and -1 with Sophia. If we look at our destiny here, the last straw breaks free and its chains and incites a full-blown uprising against. So you would need unrest high for that. Together with Mayor Egmont, the last straw incites a rebellion among the common folk to fight for their rights. So really, we kind of do want this one. So we do need unrest. But we also need spy network. Glory to the Empire. Dead in its tracks. Helping this cunt. You earn freedom. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. What is this? You help to regain control of Anzante in exchange for protection. So we could... We could pump our spy network, though, and do this one. You help the Magistry regain control of Anzante in exchange for protection against the secret chancellery. So we kind of have a couple options here. Because we could end up doing this one, which we would need to pump points into our spy network. Or we could do this one, where together with Mayor Egmont, the last straw incites a rebellion among the common folk to fight for their rights. Which that one, we would need spy network, but also need to increase the unrest. This one, we just need to pump points into our spy network. I say we go for the free city. I think that's what we're gonna go for. Is the free city. So we need to pump points in the unrest then if we're going for the free city. But we need to also keep our spy network somewhat up. So if we did this now, we would need another spy network later. If we did this now, we would get more spy network. And then we would need another spy network to continue our plot. And that would help our family reputation, which could theoretically help us here. Or I mean... yeah, I guess it could help us there. But are we even going to be able to pump our reputation to 8 before this chapter ends? Because I don't really think we'll be able to do that. Do I have to meet all of these conditions or just one? Also... oh, so it'll tell me. So for this, I would have to meet all of those. I would have to have unity, wealth, and reputation to do that. We want to for sure do that, but when we have enough unity for that, which is nice. We're not going to be able to do Gloria's secret plot. We're not gonna be able to do that. I just don't know if we want to take a hit. Ah, fuck it. I think we actually do this. Reputation +2, spy network +1, unrest -1. Unrest +1, spy network -1, eloquence +1. Okay, I think we actually do this. I think it's better for us in the long run because it gets our reputation out of the gutter. Let's do this one. No matter how gifted they may be, the risk is not worth it, you assure Sophia. Your organization needs more people who are easier to control. As for those young men and women Felipe can find and use for them. I guess that makes sense. You can write the report then. In your report to Felipe, you described the meeting in detail and concluded that these overly creative commoners could destabilize your well-laid plans for the future. You need them gone. You suggest tipping off the prefector and letting the gendarmes handle the rebellious youth. In the postscript, you kindly ask Sir Felipe El Furro to get the prefect to assign your father to this case. A week later, the gendarmes storm the Poetry Society in the middle of the meeting. Every last poet leaves the building in chains, accused of inciting rebellion. At home, Father remains quiet about his job. However, one day you manage to overhear him speaking to Mother. You look unwell. Is something wrong at work? Yes, I was assigned the case I could not refuse. A number of young men and women have been accused of inciting rebellion. Other judges would love a case like this. You send those people to their doom and make yourselves a good career out of it. But I know so many of them. Oh, fuck. But I know... No! They're just children. They were little... No, dude. And now I have to ruin their lives. The best I can do for them is a lighter sentence and I'll get a promotion for this travesty. Oh, fuck. I didn't even think of that. Pawns in someone else's games and I'm part of it and it sickens me. No! It's nothing compared to Glorious at Acme. Stays in a room for days, stricken with grief. You receive a note from Felipe a week later. Excellent job. This was a perfect demonstration of our efficiency. Now those gifted youths will fulfill their lowly lot in the far reaches of Margaret, digging ditches in exile at the very least. Oh, fuck! I spoke with a few of the poets in person and convinced them to work with us. Their exile will end much sooner than when they get back. Feel free to use them as informers. Keep up the good work and keep the reports coming. I'm trying to do the right decisions. And I just keep getting freaking screwed. I knew which one was the right one. We should have just recruited them. Either way, those poor poets are screwed. Like, at least my father was able to give him a lesser sentence, I guess. Two powerful lords have been struggling for power in Magra for over 2 years now. The new overseer of the province, Gaius Tempest, cannot seem to rein in the obstrained spirit of Archduke Tarquinius Melanthius. Unwilling to accept that he is no longer the overseer of Magra, the Archduke still stubbornly continues to assert his right to rule the province. Most of the Magra gentry who swore allegiance to him generations ago remain loyal to him even now. Gaius Tempest has publicly demanded that the Archduke recognize the overseer's rule as legitimate. I am the voice and will of the Empire Uther II in the province of Magra, all lands, deeds, and titles notwithstanding. Archduke Melanthius must obey this sovereign's will and heed his decree. I hereby extend to Archduke an offer of peace. Should the Archduke cease his insubordination, his land, deeds, and titles shall remain his own. The Archduke's response to the overseer was openly defiant. Since the days of yore, the land of Magra has belonged to the Melanthius dynasty. We are part of the empire, and we are the emperor's loyal servants. However, our dynasty will not stand for such intrusion upon our lawful rights and privileges. Never before has an archduke been stripped of his right to represent the emperor's rule in his own province. So do not forget, Sir Overseer, that the highest noble family of Magra have sworn fealty to me alone. Neither the Archduke nor the Overseer will relent, but both are too powerful to be readily disposed of. The bad blood between the two Archeans has festered for too long, and the common people have begun to pay the price for their strife. Stripped of the Overseer's tax privileges, the Archduke Melanthius has decided to impose his own levy upon the citizens and villages of Magra. The commoner are now forced to pay taxes twice, first to the Overseer and then to the Archduke. This double burden is too much for the common people of Magra to bear. Many have refused the second tax outright as a lawless measure, but the Imperial Legion led by young Dorius Otten is ruthless. Eagerly and without mercy, the Legion soldiers collect the Archduke's dues in the cities and villages alike. Wealth of Magra goes down, order goes down, power +1. It also went down. The last year has been an ordeal for your family. The bane taken to be ennobled by the sword, the close attention of the city aristocracy, the squabbles between Stefan and Gloria. Tonight, your preoccupied father has gathered the entire family around the table in the backyard. The sun is almost set and there is a soft breeze, but instead of a meal in the open air, you are going to attend a family meeting. In the middle of the table, you see an open guilder box. It is full of jewels. Archduke Melanthius himself has bestowed this gift upon us. It is a surprise indeed. I thought you all had a right to know. Father unfolds a letter lying beside the box. Sir Robert Brante, I bestow this precious box upon you and your family as a symbol of the care with which I treat the people of my province. Pray accept this gift and remember with whom the loyalty of the true nobles of the Magra lies. Archduke of Magra, Tarquinius of the Melanthius. The family stares in amazement at the jewels, sparkling in the last rays of sunshine. It's worth quite a fortune, but the Archduke is fully aware that I am on the side of Prefect Alborn and oversee Gaius Tempest. Could he really expect our loyalty to be bought so brazenly? On the other hand, the Archduke is not demanding anything of us, and our family has borne a lot of expenses recently. Father, no one is forcing you to side with Melanthius. Who are we in comparison to the Archduke anyways? We must not anger him by refusing his gift. The jewels are certainly welcome. They are worthy of being shared with the best families of Inzanti. They will pave our way to the nobility of the sword. Mother shakes her head glumly. Oh, Robert, I have a feeling this gift bodes ill. It may be an impertinence on my part, but I do not want our family to be indebted to the Archduke. Certainly not. Accepting gifts from Melanthius, he's infamous for oppressing the commoners and robbing villages blind with taxes. This isn't your decision, Gloria. It's a matter of our family's honor and reputation. Please don't start bickering again. Let us say what he thinks we should do with the gift. Gosh darn it! What is locked behind these? Fuck me. Why? 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 Why is everything that I've ever done is coming back to bite me in the ass? Come on! Like, why? I want to decline it! You speak. You insist that the Archduke's jewels should not be declined. They must not be given away either. Your family's treasury needs an infusion of cash. The family's wealth is as important in the eye of the society as the noble reputation. I don't know. Money comes and goes, but our family's honor is here to stay. Your object reminding him that your own lifetime the family has already fallen out of favor and rise again. For the nobles, a family's reputation is just another form of currency. Is this truly nothing more important than money and reputation? Archduke Melanthius is a villain like no other. Our family ought to stay away from him. That's what I'm saying! Let it be so. I'll send the note to the Archduke expressing our humblest gratitudes, but I'll also point out that I don't mean to change sides. I still serve my prefect and my own overseer. In the meantime, we will see to the family's coffers. You promptly take the precious box and go inside to start taking an inventory of the jewels. Mother, Gloria, and Nathan follow you with forlorn looks. You sell the jewels and easily amass a considerable sum. Your efforts have now ensured that the family's treasury will not run out anytime soon. Well, kids, this is a lesson. Your choices in life affects you later on, and you get screwed. You and Sophia have accomplished a lot over the past year. If it sounds good, it's not. It's horrible, to be honest with you. The last straw now consists of half a dozen cells that know nothing about one another. You have several informers gathering rumors and news. Many citizens support your cause and are ready to help. The ranks of the underground society include honest rebels eager to bring the empire down, as well as thieves and thugs willing to break any law as long as they get paid. As more and more people join your insurgency, rumors begin to spread throughout the city. It will soon become impossible to conceal your existence. The last straw desperately needs a public figurehead, someone to act as the patron of your secret society, someone who can justify your existence to the authorities. You choose Mayor Egmont. He has earned a fortune and made a name for himself thanks to his silver mines, and now he is the leader of the Magran Lesser Quorum. Rumor has it he is eager to get in touch with someone from the underground. If there was ever a time to meet, it is now. Fortunately, you know people who know people, and soon enough you arrange a meeting. An empty warehouse late at night, all the workers have gone home. A dim lamp is the only source of light in the spacious facility. The two of you are alone here, free from prying eyes. Up close, Egmont turns out to be a broad-shouldered, middle-aged man in a pricey frock coat. He wears no jewelry, but his beard and mustache are well kept. Only the gray hairs at his temples betray his age. He offers you a warm, rough hand. It is calloused hand of a man who has had to work all his life. You shake it readily. The industrialist offers you a seat at a nearby table. Truth be told, young man, I know your family quite well. I had the honor to be introduced to your grandfather back in the day. Unfortunately, Sir Gregor Brante wasn't exactly delighted to meet me. But your father, he's a staunch supporter of Elborn. We've often seen eye to eye, he and I. Let's see if you and I can find some common ground too. I'll be frank with you. I know quite a bit about what you're up to here in Enzanti. You've built yourself a functioning underground society, and you've done it very quickly, all without getting caught. I'd say you got an eye for business. Yeah, we got an eye for business, or we got dudes covering our tracks. But tell me, why are you doing all this? What's your goal? What are you trying to achieve? Please be sincere with me. I'm the last man who wants to see you reported to the secret chancellery. Yeah! Reported to the secret chancellery? Bro, I work for him. Sadly, you were prepared for this question. Egmont listens carefully as you give him a short speech on the coming rebellion against the Empire, first in Anzanti, then in Magra. When you are done, the industrialist lets out a sigh. Ambitious, determined, but utterly senseless. Let's say you do manage to foment an uprising against the Archduke, against the Overseer, even the Empire himself. Well, what then? What are your demands? Who do you want to listen? Who do you want to listen to them? If you ever negotiate or make a deal, then with whom will you do it? What about your terms? And what will your relations with the Empire be like if your revolt succeeds? So far, I've heard no answers to those questions. To be honest, I'm quite confident you don't have any answers, but fortunately for you, I do. There's also one self-evident fact I'd like to bring to your attention. Whenever someone discusses authority or power within the Empire, there's one thing that never seems to raise any doubt. Prefects and commoners, magistrates and overseers, they're always nobles. They're always nobles. Any position of power, only for the nobles, landowners, also nobles. Who rules over Anzanti, overseers, Tempest, and Archduke Melandius? No one can say for sure these days. Either way, no matter who you are, nobles rule the city. But a city isn't a castle or a fortress. A city more than the sum total of its walls and buildings. A city is its people, the commoners who work and trade and live there. There always have been and always will be more of us than the nobles. We are the city, Brante. You've never been to a meeting of the Lesser Quorum, have you? I won't bore you with the details. Let me put it this way. It's the only place where the common estate has the same rights as the nobles. Sure enough, there's arguing, there's contention, there's a fight every time we meet. But as we argue, as we contradict each other, we find a new way, one that takes everybody's interest into account. But unfortunately, right now the Lesser Quorum only has the authority to discuss issues related to taxation in the province. But if you and I come to an agreement, this will change. I've spent most of my life making the idea of the Quorum a reality, and I swear to you on my life that it works. This is the only way to bring something new to the Empire, by giving the commoners and the nobles the same power. Egmont is shouting now, his eyes shining with excitement. He is utterly engrossed in his idea, and you feel he actually believes what he says. And here in Magra, we have the chance. We had no Archduke to do it in the past, but when Archduke Melandrius was in charge. But now Gaius Tempest represents the Empire's authority in Magra. Tempest still can't find the way to share power with Melandius. He needs all the support he can get, and you and I can give him that support. And Devlin, you are aware of how Gaius Tempest ended up becoming the overseer of Magra. He was too progressive for the capital and his fellow Arcanians. He went too far in his attempts to make nobles and commoners equal under imperial law, and he was exiled to Magra for his troubles. And yet, Gaius Tempest has never abandoned the idea of making the estates equals. He was the one who supported the creation of the Lesser Quorum. He is well disposed towards the lowly estate and tends to listen to reason. We can make him our ally, and your uprising could be the deciding factor. If we can manage to seize control of the city and hang on to it, if we can prove we're able to run Enzanti, if the citizens show us their support, then we'll have a lot less a lot to offer to the overseer. In return for making Azante a free city, a city-state, if you will, governed by the Lesser Quorum, will recognize Gaius Tempest's authority in Magra and support him in his power struggle against the Archduke. If nobles and commoners come to govern a city together in just a few short years, it will become obvious to the entire empire how advantageous this arrangement is, and then the old traditions will have no choice but to step aside. I understand that things like this take time, but as you prepare for the revolt, I'll support your underground movements with all the power and funding at my disposal, as long as you say you'll walk towards this future with me. Mayor Egmont lets out an exhausted sigh. Delivering such a fervent speech is no easy task for a man his age. After a moment of quiet, you agree. Yes, you say, this is a future worth fighting for. The last straw will support Egmont's plan. You promise to spread his vision of the free city of Enzate, first among the rebels, then throughout the city, starting immediately. You shake hands. Once the conversation is over, you leave the warehouse and walk back through the dark streets of Enzate. You have made a promise, but what are you actually going to do? There is a kernel of truth in Mayor Egmont's word. The age-industrious plan could actually work. This is no longer just a pointless revolt doomed to fail. Dangerous thoughts begin running through your mind. Would it be best to abandon the idea of the free city of Enzate and report this meeting to Sir Felipe? Oh. Or we can keep the conversation a secret, man. Dude, we're 100% keeping it a secret. Like, yeah, I'm with this guy. I'm with the mayor. The mayor is actually like George Washington, which I thought Sophia was until I realized that she was just a bitch. In your report to Felipe, you claim that Mayor Egmont was more careful than you expected, and your attempts to come to an agreement with him were unsuccessful. You claim that the industrialist is putting money into the struggle for commoners, right, but cleverly disguises it as a charity. In the end of the report, you assure Felipe that you will find a way for the secret chancellor to connect Egmont's action to the underground activities in the brewing revolt. However, you cannot do it right now. You expect Felipe to reply with a furious letter, but as the days go by, you do not receive a single word from the secret chancellery advisor. This silence feels more menacing than any threat. Who joined Egmont in a secret plot to start a rebellion in the city. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Oh my gosh, dude. I'm parched. His speech took it out of me. Night is falling over Enzate. The stifling heat gives way to an eagerly anticipated freshness. After a day at work, you stroll home at a leisurely pace. You turn down a side street that you have known since you were a little boy. It is as if your legs are acting of their own accord, bringing you to a place of your childhood. Childhood play, the remnants of a wooden fort. So much has changed since the days when you used to play there with your little friend. Engrossed in your memories at first, you fail to notice that you are not alone here. A tall figure in a uniform of Legion officers approach you. You see unruly brown hair and a twinkle in his eyes. It is Thomas. Now that's a surprise. Hi, Brante. Fancy running into you the moment I'm back in town. Your childhood friend puts his arm around you. Our battalion got transferred here recently. We're under the command of Magra Legion now. I'm keeping the peace and maintaining order in my very own province. Yeah, that's great. That's great, dude. Yeah. Well, why don't we catch up? Let me buy you dinner. We'll have a little chat. Remember the old days. Thomas cuts himself short. You suddenly notice how much older he looks. His face has become sharper and rougher, and his eyes are filled with exhaustion rather than his usual mischievous sparkle. I should warn you, though, Devlin, I ain't the best company nowadays. I've managed to get myself some powerful enemies already. I'm a friend who could taint your good name. If you'd rather not be seen with me, well, I understand. You smile on his face starts to fade. Walk away? just be like, see ya. No, like, freaking minus. Y'all, have dinner. Digging me to dinner? You give Thomas your hand. You shake his hand firmly. You haven't forgotten your old friend, Brante. That's the way it ought to be. Well, come on, then. You go to a tavern, reminiscing about your childhood antics on these very streets along the way. You chose a table in the far corner of the tavern. Thomas orders a bottle of good wine and some food. You talk about your latest case, about your first years back at Enzante. You share family news, your quest to become nobles of the sword, the quarrels between your elder brother and sister, and your mother's health. Thomas nods with concern. Sounds like you've had some tough times. Your family has always been different. Mine, on the other hand, is the same as it ever was. My pa's always in his workshop, and my ma's always doing chores. But look at me, I came home a service-class nobleman, although it doesn't bring me much joy anymore. Thomas is suddenly grim. You ask your old friend to share his troubles with you. He quickly glances around the room and lowers his voice. Well, I'm a captain in the Mangarian Legion now, and who's our commander? His Excellency Dorius Otten, that dick. That's right, I serve under the very same Archean whose toes I stepped on back in Eterna, and you better believe he remembers me. I'm afraid things are gonna end real bad. But hey, I'll figure it out somehow. Don't trouble yourself over it. Apart from that, well, it's the usual service. We impose order in Upidi towns and villages, protect the province, that sort of thing. And we run drills and all day long. Obviously, if only you knew how sick I am of them barracks. I've thought about starting a family. My ma keeps telling me to find a nice girl to marry. She says it's high time I get hitched. It's completely dark and you're still talking. Finally, Thomas remembers that his parents are waiting for him. You get up from the table, leaving some dirty dishes and quite a few empty bottles behind. On your way out, you catch a glimpse of a nondescript figure following you to the door. As you walk alongside Thomas through your home neighborhood, you keep glancing over your shoulder, but the shadow that was following you has disappeared. You reach your street and stop for a while in the semi-darkness between your family homes, just as you used to all those years ago. Bye, Brante. I hardly ever come to Enzante these days. Our battalion is always on march all over the province, but twins Willings will see each other again real soon. You advise your friend to safeguard his every life. Now, willpower is 30. Another page. The gunpowder plot. You are sitting on a solidity bench in a gazebo in the Archduke's garden. Tall lanterns spread their dim glow in the cool evening air. When Gaius Tempest became the overseer of Magra, one of the first edicts granted the commoners entry to the Archduke's garden. At the time, many Magrans saw this gesture as a sign of future change. But unfortunately, the right to visit the Archduke's garden is only new right the commoners now enjoy by the grace of Overseer Tempest. It does little to ease the burden of double taxation or the need to work the mines without gunpowder. The serpentine stone paved road leads to the gazebo. Many flower beds are nestled in the beds and coils of the elaborate path. In the distance, on the other end of the path, you finally see Sophia's silhouette. She takes a look around, then steps over the low fence and walks you through the flowers. I had trouble finding you here, Brante. Let's meet in one of the usual places next time. It isn't safe here. You agree, although you are sick and tired of the stuffy basement rooms and trash-filled ruins where you typically arrange to meet the leaders of the straw cell. Fuck me. I am like stuttering a lot. I'm sorry. Okay, let's get to it. The last straw needs gunpowder. We could really use some. If we had gunpowder, we could blow up the Emperor's statue in the Golden Square or the wall of the city armor. There's all kinds of stuff we could do. The thing is, you can't find it anymore. Even owning it is forbidden thanks to the overseer. Magrin Industries has had to swallow a bitter pill and trade their fancy new gunpowder for good old shovels. Except not everybody got rid of it. Lucky for us, right? That new friend of yours, Mayor Egmont, he's a resourceful fellow. He started buying gunpowder by the barrel some 20 years ago to work the mines. They still use it in his mines, but late at night so nobody finds out. There's a warehouse where they keep mountains of that stuff, Brante. We need to get our hands on it. If we can get Mayor to hand it over on his own, all the better. But if he digs his heels in, well, just pay the warehouse a visit and grab it. Deal? What do you say? Make a deal. Why can't I do that one? Of course. I shouldn't have even asked. I shouldn't have even asked why I couldn't do it. Let's I don't know, let's steal the gunpowder, I guess. Does that really help us? I don't know. As much as you regret this, it cannot be helped. Egmont does not trust you enough to just hand over the gunpowder if you ask him. Stealing from his warehouse is a much safer option. As I expected. Okay, we're going into night. Night falls. Father Fraud sits on his high bench of a large, windowless wagon, waiting for the signals to drive up to the warehouse. Aladia Sirin is up in a tree, watching the roads. If anyone shows up, she will let you know. You, Sophia, and an unusually quiet Moss are sneaking into the main entrance of a compact, sturdy-looking building. The guards are few, and the darkness hides you well. Sophia signs for you to stop. Her eyes glint with a golden glow. A guard by the warehouse entrance slowly collapsed to the ground. He's asleep, deep asleep. Get him away from the gate. You grab the sleeping guard by the wrist and drag him away from the building. Meanwhile, Oliver Moss convinces the door's hinges to let you in. His crowbar works quickly and quietly. When he is done, you push against the door and the warehouse is open. You find a dozen of waterproof barrels lined up against the wall. Open one of them. Oliver punches a barrel. Black powder trickles out of the wound and onto the floor. Gunpowder. Oliver squeezes several grains between his fingers. He looks disappointed. So that's what it is, huh? Don't look so dangerous to me. You give a sign with the lantern. Father Fraud drives the carriage up to the door. You scurry into it, trying to carry as many barrels as you can. Faster, my friends, work faster. You've got no excuse for sluggishness at your age. The wagon is only half full when you suddenly hear a long whistle. Aladia has spotted something or someone. You flash Sophia a wary glance. Should you risk it or fill the wagon with barrels? Brante, drive off with Fraud. We need to keep what we have. Moss, you're staying with me. We need to hide our tracks. I'll take care of Aladia. Go. You hop into the wagon. Father Fraud flicks the reins. Several long, frantic minutes pass as you ride along the edge of the road as quickly as you can. The blood pounds in your ears as you listen intently for the first sound of pursuit or Sophie's cry. Silence. Kaboom! The explosion is deafening. A pillar of the purest fire blooms where the building once stood, filling the district with lights. From several seconds, you cannot look away from the spectacle. Two silhouettes are running towards you. Out of breath, they finally catch up to the wagon. What happened? Egmont's men came for the powder. I'm such an idiot. Should have known they'd never show up during the day either. We're fine. At least we got some of it. What about Alit? Where is she? Don't you worry, Brante. She's a smart girl. She gets it. It's her first lesson. Lesser death. Anyways, we're gonna split up to get them off our trail. Moss, you're with me. You and Fraud drive fast and hide those barrels well. With that, you ride away from the warehouse district. The job is done. Several hours later, you transport the barrels to your secret warehouse. No other soul must ever know where you are hiding these perilous cargo. The power of destruction now rests in your hands. You feel excitement and the touch of dread. I think I made the wrong decision there. But I got an achievement. Right decision, right decision. I got an achievement. It's the best news I've heard all day. Today is the big day for the Brante family. The day your family line started. The day when you remember all your ancestors. Tonight, everyone who bears the name Brante must descend into the family crypt to keep vigil by the tombs. This is the time to surrender yourself to your ancestors and hear their will. The entire family prepares for the event in silence. Stefan has been chosen his apparel since morning, praying anxiously under his breath all the while. The heir has a special place in the family vigil. Even Mother is planning to go with you, though Father tries to talk her out of it. Linda, I beg you, stay home. You are far too weak for an all-night vigil in the crypt. Gloria would be so kind as to stay with your mother, since you cannot join us anyways. Gloria answers in a muffled voice. As you wish, Sir Robert. The late Sir Gregory would only be enraged to see Mother there. We all remember how his last encounter ended. Father nods curtly, avoiding Gloria's gaze, but at that moment your attention is drawn to the noise of the foyer. Nathan staggers through the door, stumbling over his own feet. He reeks of cheap wine and filth. I'm not, late, am I? Everyone gazes at him in consternation. Nathan almost falls into Mother and Gloria's arms. Distressed, they fuss over him. Stefan eyes his youngest brother coldly. I expected nothing more of you, Nathan. Why even speak of duty to your family when you cannot even manage to live by the commoner's lot? Go lie down in the pantry and stay out of sight. It's time to go. Alongside Father and Stefan, you descend into the family crypt. You cannot help but remember paying your last respects to your grandfather 9 years ago. You light the lamps. Dim, eerie flames illuminate the shrine. In the middle of it stands a magnificent stone tomb containing the long decayed remains of Gregor Brante. You take your place around the crypt and kneel. The all-night vigil has begun. At first, your ancestors remain silent. Each of you is left with their own thoughts. Then a low murmur passes around you. The shadows in the corner of the room deepen. The voice grows stronger. You know that the ancestors of Gregor Brante, long-forgotten commoners whom you never knew, are trying to talk to you. But now a memory of them has come to life in the darkness of the crypt. They are pleading for something, demanding it of you, calling out to you, screaming. Finally, you all hear that painfully familiar, deep, imperious voice echo from the far end of the chamber. It's been a long time since I've seen you all. I hope you bear good tidings. All this time, I've been waiting for you to fulfill my mission. Remember, as long as your blood, I will give you no peace. As long as I'm in your blood. I did not have my family ennobled just to see our line cut short. Our blood tide must gain the grand flow of the empire, and then each of my descendants will inherit nobility forever and ever. But I do not see any of you before my tomb. Where are you hiding? Where is the head of our family, the man who will speak to me? Where is the man who will heed my will? Father rises from his knees and makes his way towards grandfather's stone tomb, the source of the booming voice, but Stefan suddenly pushes him out of the way. Father takes an indignant step forward, but Stefan firmly bars the way. Stop it, Stefan. You are my heir, but you are not the head of this family. Father, it is not you that Sir Gregor is addressing. Earning the nobility of the sword is my duty to him. He has long forsaken any hope of seeing you achieve it. You must understand that I am the one who will fulfill that duty. Stefan does not let him pass. Father breathes heavily in anger. You can all but feel the frantic beating of both of their hearts resonating somewhere within you. Both your father and brother seem to have forgotten that you are there too. Even the restless voices of your ancestors have grown hushed, waiting for the outcome of this confrontation. So I can't do that one because I'm not a noble. Good to know. -5 willpower. Oof. Oof, but we gotta side with Father. You block Stefan's way. Your ponderous voice fills the dark crypt. You demand that your brother step back. The head of your family is your father, Robert Brante, and so it will be as long as he lives. Could your brother have forgotten that it is part of the noble lot to acknowledge and honor seniority? Your father is the man who must hear and accept your ancestors' will. Stefan tries to maintain his composure, but even in the dark, you can see his face twitch. Brother, you don't understand. I'm not defying father's seniority, but I am the man who bears this duty to our grandfather. I cannot remain a mere witness while the future of our blood tide runs through our fingers. You resolutely push your brother to one side. Whether he wants it or not, he will give way to the head of the family. Father catches his breath and approaches grandfather's tomb. So it's you, Robert. Robert, have you come to disappoint me yet again? Stefan is right. I have not put my hopes in you for quite some time. If anyone will lead the Brante family to glory, it will be my grandson. Stefan clenches his fists and whispers something to himself. I am doing my utmost, Father. We are closer to becoming nobles of the sword than ever before. The overseer looks upon us with favor. Just a couple more years and your dream will come true. This must be your dream too, Robert, but you still cater to your fondling Linda and Gloria, risking a permanent blemish upon the Brante name, my name. Dead though I may be, my will lives on. Heed it at last. Get rid of that trollop Gloria and devote yourself to your true family. Otherwise, you will lead our family to shame and ruin. Father hesitates for a moment. No, Father, this is impossible. Even if I must defy your will, I am responsible for Gloria. My honor and my conscience will not allow me to do what you demand. You must accept this or keep on fighting me for all eternity. The voice of your deceased ancestor fades away. He seems to have left this realm, but then his voice suddenly booms from the other side of the crypt. Stefan, you are the heir of this family. Your duty by blood is to earn us a place in eternity. Do not take your spineless father. Do what must be done. Cleanse our family of wickedness. Stefan is shivering. He replies in an unsteady voice. But Gloria, I can't. Stefan checks himself. I will do my duty to my family, Sir Gregor. Whatever the price, I will pay it. The crypt is completely silent once more. You are alone again. You see tears glistening in Stefan's face. Without uttering a word, he goes outside. Father claps his arm firmly around you. You feel him let out a sigh of sorrow and relief. The vigil is over. Dude, Stefan hates me. Nice. Nice. It's been a month since Sophia left the city on Philippe's urgent orders. You have no idea where she went. Until she returns, the last straw has been laying low. You have had to tend to the print shop all by yourself. Early morning, Father Fraud welcomes you to the print shop. He looks like he was asleep just a moment ago himself. He gets up from his makeshift bed and crates and beckons you closer with a finger. Brante, I've got something to tell you, young man. So I made my rounds last night, so to speak. I stopped by a few flop houses, hit a few taverns and other dens of iniquity, and I met a young man we could use. Not sure if we can trust him, though. His name's Gustav. He told me he comes from Eterna, says he's on the run from the secret chancellery. He insists he was with the underground there in the capital, the Lotless, they're called. They were responsible for the march of the Colours 4 years back. So Gustav tells me all the Lotless were nabbed by secret chancellery's spooks after their march. He thinks the Anzanti underground could be in danger too. The trouble is that all he told me, he's not exactly a trusting fellow. I think one of us ought to talk to him, find out who he is and what he knows. He looks shady if you ask me, but maybe we could use him. What do you say, young man? You thank Fraud for the information. You will think about how to meet the Gustav yourself. Just give me the word, young man. I'll set it up. Fod bows, stretches, and walks off to the printing press. You sigh, trying to steady the furious beating of your heart. Gustav was one of your trusted agents back in Eterna. If he gets too friendly with the last straw in Anzante, your name will come up eventually. You do not think that Gustav ever found out that the lot lists were established by Philippe's order, but still, he knows that you were deeply involved in the march. That alone might be enough for him to dismantle your cover story in Anzante. You need to deal with the problem as quickly as possible. We will help him escape the city. Now I'm a man! You ask Father Fraud to arrange the meeting. You have just enough time to get ready. You come to a descript shack by the city wall. Your eyes gradually adjust to the darkness as you step inside. You see dirty drapes hanging all over the windows. The floor is rotten and creaky. Gustav is sitting on a wooden crate. He is clutching a small meat cleaver. You greet Gustav with a nod. He grips the handle title in response. You show him your palms to prove you are unarmed. How is your old comrade in arms doing? You are happy to see him. Gustav smirks grimly. Yeah, right. I know all about you and the lot list, so don't try to play games with me. I gotta get out of this city, and you're gonna help me do it. Or I'll tell them how young Sir Brante got the commoners to march back there in the capital. You got a noble family, yeah? They'd be tickled pink, wouldn't they? You ask Gustav to put the weapon down. You are here to help. The nervous man considers your words, then slowly puts the cleaver on the floor. You step closer and offer your old comrade your hand. You have already taken care of everything, you tell him. There is a carriage waiting by the western gate, ready to take him out of Anzante. You struck a bargain with the guards. They will not check him. Inside the carriage is a fresh change of clothes and a prefecture-sealed travel permit, and enough money to disappear anywhere in the Empire. Gustav is at a loss for words. You must have spent a small fortune, Brante, but I thought you was one of the ones who ratted us out. Gustav is mistaken, you explain. You were just lucky enough to escape Eterna with your life. You're trying to lay low, but you have not forgotten your old friends and will do whatever you can to help them. Gustav sighs loudly. He slouches forward as the tension heat leaves his body. For a brief second, you notice tears in the corner of his eyes. He wipes them away and smiles sadly. Thank you, Brante. I see I was wrong now. I wanted to blame somebody, but I pinned it all on the wrong guy. Sorry about that. You won't have any trouble from me. I'm leaving Magra and I ain't coming back. Farewell. You never hear from Gustav again. His fate remains a mystery. However, your former associate's sudden appearance leaves a dent in the family coffers. The money you spent saving him was marked for emergencies. When the expenditure is discovered, you are unable to offer your family a decent explanation. A long and bitter fight ensues. From now on, no one else can spend the family's fund without father's permission. The quarrel only heightens the mounting tension at home. You do your best to steer clear of your family. Wouldn't have been that hard to explain. You could just say my old friend of mine fell onto some trying times and I helped him out. Easy. Dude, we're gonna go a little longer because I am having a good time. The event is a consequence of your previous actions. Spy network condition. Oh yeah, your baby. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. You keep pulling out your collar, but cannot shake the feeling that you are suffocating. An audience with Felipe El Ferro is not something you can ever be prepared for. You have been summoned to a noble mansion not far from Anzante. As far as you know, this is Philippe's private residence. The invitation would seem to indicate a certain level of trust on the advisory part. What could it mean? A servant shows you to Felipe's study. You see walls of brilliant white, exquisite furniture of dark wood, giant windows decorated with greenery. The emperor's portrait on the wall is the only thing not in keeping with the general lightness of the room. In answer to your greeting, Felipe gestures to a chair. The advisor seems to be in good spirits. The heart is unbearable today. A glass of water, Brante? Your throat suddenly feels dry, and you hastily agree. After setting his own empty glass down, the advisor heaves a sigh of satisfaction and speaks in a non-chancellor tone. Well, I hasten to remark that you've made some progress in serving the Empire. I must admit I underestimated you. But your deeds have proven your loyalty, so I want to repay you for your service. In our line of work, the only real asset is mutual trust. I know that your mother is a woman of great faith. She taught you pity from a young age, didn't she? You answer with a short nod. Your mother has always been very pious. Felipe rises from his desk. Only now do you notice that on the wall opposite the Emperor's portrait there hangs a huge decorated icon of the twins. In a sense, a secret chancellery is not unlike the Inquisition. We did defend the blessed Arcanian Empire in order to preserve the order bestowed upon us by the twins. If we fail to preserve the gods' design, the world will face their wrath. The foundation of the Empire is the order given to us by the twins' commandments. Any disturbance of that order is a crime, and for every crime, retribution is inevitable. Such is the law of the younger. Men like you and me are the shield of this world. We are the bonds that hold it together. Philippe stops by the window. His gaze is fixed upon the shining pillar. These rebels who demand boundless freedom are fools. Brante, a man has as much freedom as the twins have chosen for him. Overstep those bounds and chaos will ensue. Yeah, I've kind of seen that actually. I've overstepped my bounds a couple times and hasn't gone so well. We are the true guardians of this world, and we must be free of all doubt. Some may call me cruel, but I'm not afraid to get a little blood on my hands. I know that if we don't destroy the enemies of the blessed empire, our entire world will cease to exist. Unfortunately, most of the men who wield power in this world don't truly comprehend this. I need people I can rely on, people like you. If you continue to serve our cause with the same vigor, I may give you the gift of my patronage. I know how to show my gratitude. The advisor turns around and looks you straight in the eye. You cannot help feeling that for the first time, Felipe is being completely sincere. The suffocating anxiety that plagued you earlier wears off. By suppressing a real revolt in Anzante, I will prove to the Archeans that I am worthy of power. But in order to direct this revolt, I need tools like Sophia, although she can be a difficult tool to use. Believe me, I actually admired the woman at times, but no one can stop her from pursuing her goal. But I will never be able to trust Sophia. Her appetite for destruction is too great. A woman like her cannot be saved from herself. Here's what I want to ask of you, Brante. I need you to gain Sophie's trust. She is indispensable right now. We cannot get rid of her, but if she ever decides to betray me, I need to know about it. In return, I promise you freedom and a chance to be one of the defenders of the Empire. Do not try to lie, please. Do you agree? So if you agree, okay, or you shake his hand. I mean, but we get like reputation, wealth, and spy network. I'm not saying we do it. I'm not. What does that even mean? Oh, does that mean like... Where's Stefan? Yeah, this chick never, like, hasn't come back to life yet. Where's Stefan? What the fuck? Where's my family? Oh, it's probably my family tree, eh? Oh, so that, like, actually just tanks my relation then. Is that right? Well, you shake it. So if you shake his hand... Ooh. Ooh. Relation, Sophie Merciless. Oh, conditions meant. Huh? I mean, should we do that, though? Does that lock us, though? So does that lock us to... Like, if I do that, does that lock us, to here? So, where is this one? I know it's, like, here somewhere. Felipe's... Gosh! I gotta, like, piss here, but I wanna, like, make this decision first. Where was that thing? Where was the thing where it says, like... I think we should probably refuse... Oh, okay, so to get this one, you have to do... He saw your loyalty, right? Okay, to get that one, which I don't really want to get. But does that cock block us on anything? My spy wet network is at 6. Okay, so that would also have to get us saw your loyalty. So to do any of the ones with him, we would have to get that. But does that... Okay, I gotta piss. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back, baby, back, baby, back. Okay. I need to go back to this. How come conditions met? Oh. Like, okay, the only thing I'm scared of is if I do this, does that cock block me? I'm gonna actually look this up real quick. Because I don't want to get cock blocked. if I accept Felipe's proposal, do I get cock blocked? The life and suffering of Sir Brante. I accept Felipe's. Do I get locked out of the other endings? No. Okay, let me see this real quick. Yeah. Free City. Okay, the Last Straw Rebellion. Rebel endings. The Free City. How is the Last Straw Rebellion? The Last Straw Rebellion. Defending of the Empire ending, which is... I think it's Master of... what? Oh, Defending of the Empire. Farewell Advisor, which is this one. Glory to the Empire, which is that one. Other endings. And Free Man. Forward by Overseer. True Death. Ennobled by the Sword. Yeah, but do I... What is it called? Your loyalty. The fuck? Okay, let me see here. Yeah. Sure. Adolescence, blah 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 blah. Youth. Okay, yeah, youth, peacetime. The noble path, a noble judge. You know, the Paris stuff and the commerce tempting. Blah 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 blah. You and your since blah 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 blah. But two on the flip side. Furthering his schemes, can his own ways, villainous way. Yeah, but should probably just say no, huh? Okay, well, I don't fucking know. I'm just gonna refuse, I guess. Even though I really want to accept it for them stat points. Because if I shake his hand, I feel like it cock blocks me on stuff, dude. You think it cock blocks me on endings? Guess it doesn't say it cock blocks me. So we really want this one, which sucks. I don't know, I think we refuse. As much as I wanted to accept. After a pause, you carefully remark that you do not see your future in serving the secret chancellery. As Sir Felipe requested, you will not lie to him. You expected a fit of rage, but Felipe just lowers his hand slowly. What a shame, Brante. You could have accomplished so much. Well, in that case, you may go. Continue your service. Once your mission is complete, you'll get your freedom. Dude, I could have became a villain. Just a few days into the year, Mayor Egmont, chairman of the Lesser Quorum and owner of several silver mines, made a speech that caused quite a stir in the provinces, though Commoner Egmont had the gall to demand that the Macro authorities be enforce and obey imperial law. What's the use of the imperial law if they aren't enforced as they should be? Even today, any Enzanti nobleman who got up on the wrong side of the bed can draw his sword and run a commoner through with impunity. These gentlemen may be our rulers, but does that mean they can defy the Emperor's will? Sir Elborn has been appointed to enforce the rule of law in Magra, and how the Perfect doesn't see this. And how come the Perfect doesn't see this? We commoners aren't trying to seize the noble lot and take over the province, but the rule of tradition is a thing of the past. This is the age of justice. We may not all be equals in its eyes, but even the nobles and clergy must obey the law. The Magran aristocracy is furious with Egmont and demands that he be silenced, but the rich industrialist has too much money and too many connections to be dealt with so easily. You hear more and more rumors about secret societies of commoners appearing in the city, plotting against noble rules. The gentry fears that Egmont and his peers may be behind this, but they have no proof, at least for now. Father Lenart, Abbot of the Temple of the Silver Tree and leader of the New Believers, supports Egmont and has spoken publicly in his favor. The twins themselves entrusted the noble estate with the right to rule over the common folk, but rulers must also care for their subjects. The old faith is mistaken. No commoner should ever be forced to suffer. It is for this very reason that the imperial law exists. It is there to ease the people's suffering. May those laws be duly enforced. May they serve all the people of the empire. Power is neutral. Order is discontent. Good doggy. Good dog. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. You're a good doggy. There's a good doggy. There's a good doggy. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good girl. That's a good girl. Yeah, it's a good girl, Raven. That's a good girl. That's a good girl. Doggy came in to see me. Your heart is pounding madly in your chest. You gasp desperately for air, paralyzed by fear. Two burly young men have just pulled a sack over your head and shoved you into a carriage. Who could have done this? Are they Felipe's men, members of the Last Straw? Someone else with a grudge against you? Where are they taking you? Can you hope to even survive this day? The carriage comes to a stop. They drag you out, get you on your feet, and are forced to walk. You march down long hallways in complete silence. Then, at last, they sit you in a chair. Can't get that thing off of his head. I can't talk to him like that, can I? A hand wrenches the sack off your head. Light stabs you in the eyes as you gasp for air. Once your eyes... What you doing, girl? Once your eyes adjust, you see a dining table covered in years of dust. This is a noble mansion, abandoned long ago. The paint is peeling and the glazed gilt trim is cracked and faded. The once majestic furniture is covered in rust and cobwebs. In the midst of the withered splendor, you see a man who is known to all, the magistrate of Enzante, Sir Remy L. Vermin. I suppose you've caught your breath by now, Brante? Let's have a little chat, shall we? Does everybody just know who I am? Gosh! First, the obvious. I know what you are, and I know who you work for. I know your family. I have the power to ruin you and your father and everyone else you care about. If anyone ever hears about this conversation, I will crush you before you can blink. But I didn't arrange this meeting just to threaten you. I'm preparing to offer you something. Salvation. A glib smile spreads across El Vermin's face. Now let's move on to the meat of our little tete. Okay? You're in a real pickle, Brante. You will never escape Felipe's iron grip. He will continue to use you as long as you remain useful, and the moment that usefulness ends, he will deem you an obstacle and eliminate you. However, I would like to extend to you an offer of protection. If you help me, I will keep you safe from Felipe and the secret chancellery. I'm aware of Felipe's scheme to obtain special authority over the overseer. The old dog is hungry for power, but I have enough on my plate as it is. With Elborn's perfection and Egmont's lesser quorum, the secret chancellery is supposed to safeguard imperial rule, but instead Felipe is playing a game of his own in my city, and Zante does not need another man who treats it like a plaything for acting out his utopian fantasies. This is a disaster waiting to happen. If the secret chancellery ever gets discretionary power, no one will ever be able to stand in its way, especially commoners like you. So here's the deal, Brante. You help me rid Enzante of the Lesser Quorum and all the other rebels and rabble-rousers, and I'll save you from Felipe. I already know the Mayor Egmont and his cronies are connected to your secret network, and knowing the secret chancellery, I'm quite certain you've made a note of Egmont's last misdeed. Once you have enough evidence to put good old Meyer behind bars or in a noose, bring him everything you've got on him and the other upstarts. Felipe will be left empty-handed. With Egmont out of the picture, I'll be free to disdain the Lesser Quorum and rule the city in peace, and then I'll finally drive Felipe out of Enzante. Which means that you will go free. I will rule as I should, and the city of Enzante will return to normal. No blood will be shed. There will be no more plotting, no more need to pretend. What do you say to that, Brante? Oh, what do I guess? Diplomacy and manipulation. So that would get us closer to this one. But we want this one. We need more unrest. We need more unrest. So what do you say to that? Kinda am prone to agree, but I don't want to do it. I'm gonna refuse outright, whether that's good or bad. Try to undermine Felipe and the secret chancellor will be suicide. Besides, how do you know the magistrate will not get rid of you just the same once the job is done? You have made too many promises as it is. You will not put your neck in a noose woven of betrayal, lies, and conspiracy. You rise to your feet and speak. No, you cannot accept this proposal. Elvermint cringes at your words. How very foolish of you, Brante. What is this? Fear or a sudden attack of loyalty? Who cares? I've lost all interest in you. Get out of my sight. A pair of hands scuff your head back into the same sack, then seize you by the wrists and drag you outside. You endure another eternity in the same rickety carriage. You fall to the ground, skinning your palms. You have made another enemy today, however you are still breathing. Perhaps the Magistracy of Inzante is not quite as all-powerful as he might seem. Might have been the wrong choice, but your home has been much more peaceful for the last year. The fights between Stefan and Gloria are not as fierce now, but how long will it last? Your job takes up all your time. You see your parents and sibling less and less often. Sometimes you don't even know what they are doing while you deal with the constant stream of duties. The morning you head out on urgent business, you take one step out of the gate and run into an uniformed gendarme. Devin Brante, your presence is requested at the Prefecture dungeon. Taken aback, you ask, what is this about? We have your brothers, Stefan and Nathan Brante, in a cell. They were arrested at last night at the Sinner. They asked us to send for you. The cell and the perfected dungeons are cold and damp. The guards lead you to the bars, and behind them you see Nathan huddled in a corner. In your younger brother is unshaven, more disheveled than usual, and reeking of wine and filth. Near the cell you see Stefan grimly sitting in a chair. You guess that the Ganardos thought it best not to put him in the same cell as his lowborn brother. Upon seeing you, Nathan lets out a whimper, and Stefan cracks a bitter smile. The sheath on your brother's belt is empty. There you are at last, Devlin. Have a look at your younger brother yesterday. He got drunk in the company of some dubious fellows. They are commoners, yet they dare to surrender to pleasure. They started a brawl, wrecked the inn, and harassed the waitress. As soon as I heard, I rushed to save this drunkard from shame. Nathan, cowers into the corner, horror-struck. I walked in and demanded that Nathan come with me, but his cronies wouldn't let him go. That's not true. You just grabbed me by the collar and dragged me after you. You nearly suffocated me. Shut your mouth, cur. So, brother, they seem to have some sort of sect. They all shouted defamations against the twin gods, and one of them grabbed me by the arm. I was forced to skewer this heretic with my sword. I hope a lesser death will teach him never to lay his filthy paws on a nobleman. He was just trying to talk to you, Stefan. Silence. Then the gendarmes barged in, and here we are. I have been accused of an unlawful murder. Apparently, the new laws allow killing a commoner only if he attacks first or wields a weapon. They say that in the event of an insult, I'm supposed to file a complaint with the prefector. So now they're going to seize my sword for a whole year. But what a shame. And that's all your fault, Nathan. Stefan gives the bars a furious kick. Nathan covers his face with his hands in despair. Brother, you are our only hope. Get me my sword back and get us out of here, and fast. We have to bury this sordid affair as deep as we can before anyone finds out. Save our family for shame. Oh my gosh! Blackmail the judge? Hey man, manipulation goes up, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Well, I guess the only good option... Oh, fuck, but that drops my shit. What do I need? I only need 6, though, right? Okay, so we can drop it. We can drop it. Yeah. Fucking blackmail the judge, because I'm a freaking prick in this story. You assure Stefan that you will get him out of this mess. You just need to put a little pressure on a certain person. You approach the Gennards and ask them which judge had been assigned to the Brante brothers' case. Sir Carlo fucking Graben got the case, sir. I hear he's a man you can reason with if you catch my drift. The captain of the Gennards gives you a knowing wink. You waste no time and go straight to the print shop. You open a secret compartment and rummaging through the papers you have collected over the past year, denunciations, complaints, reports from spies, you find one concerning Carlo Frankenberg. One of the agents got his hands on a letter the judge wrote to the wealthy manufacturer named Meyer Egmont. In it, Fokker too discreetly demands a bribe from the industrialist. This is just what you needed. With the letter neatly tucked inside your pocket, you return to the prefecture. You spot Frackengrabber, bulky figure in the hallway right away. Well, another Brante, is it? Have you come to plead for your brothers? They've certainly gotten themselves in a bit of a pickle, and to think that their father is an officer of the prefecture. I don't even know how I could help you. You reply by showing Frackengraben his own letter in which he demands a bribe. Then you ask Frackengraben if he has thought of any way to help the Brante brothers. The judge raises his eyebrows. I see you ain't quite as simple as one might think. So be it. Your brothers haven't broken the law. A commoner, a heretic no less, dared to assault a born nobleman and grabbed his arm. There's no reason for Stefan and Nathan Brante to be kept in custody. May I have the letter now? You grin and hand the letter to the portly judge. He is already giving orders to the gendarmes. Stefan recovers his confiscated sword and Nathan gets let out of the cell. I knew I could count on you, Devlin. Even though you haven't become a nobleman yourself, you still haven't forgotten our family's honor. The elder brother takes the younger brother by the scruff of the neck and pulls him into the door. Nathan staggers and shuffles along limply back home. Stefan starts lecturing Nathan. From now on, there will be no more drinking bouts or other nocturnal exploits. Who are those rogues you befriended anyways? Stop shaming this family. If you're so worthless, at least let others go about their business in peace. Do you understand, you blockhead? Nathan remains silent, staring despondently somewhere else above him. You manage to conceal the disgraceful occurrence. The city will not find out about the Bronte's shame. At the same time, this appears to be a reason why Froggengraben was so easily persuaded to make a deal. The fate of the Brante brother was a little concern to him, but the fact that someone has Access to his personnel correspondence certainly piqued his interest. Now the corrupt judge is aware that the numerous spies in Zante are linked to you. To prevent your entire network from being discovered, you will have to tread even more lightly than before. Frickin' brothers. Frickin' screwing me, man. Screwing me. Freedom of speech. Your print shop has been graced by an unusual guest today, a short man of considerable age dressed in a brown cassock of a priest. A smile appears on his round face. Good morning, young man. You must be the owner of this splendid print shop. I've heard so much about you and this wonderful place of yours. You ask the visitor his name. What brings him to your print shop? Ah, yes, my apologies. I am Mark, Father Mark, if you will. Father Mark, there is a certain matter I hope you can help me with. I've learned much during my years in this world, but alas, our time here is short, and, like everyone else, I will eventually have to face the ruthless scrutiny of the twins themselves. However, I would like the truths that have been revealed to me to live on after I shuffle off this mortal coil, which is why I've come to you. I've written a book, you see, and now I want you to help me print it. I want the largest print run you can possibly manage. The old priest is clearly not giving you the full picture. Why has he come here, of all places? You see, young man, my teachings are a bit bold for the realm that has endured 1,000 years of the twins' tyranny. Even the new faith sees the truths I preach as excessively blasphemous, but your print shop is known for it, shall we say, open-minded approach. I believe you have the fortitude to appreciate my teachings and the courage to appreciate my order. Would Father Mark be so kind as to explain his teachings to you? Another smile, kind-hearted and sly appearance readily on the monk's face. But of course, my son, by the will of the twins, this is my lot to preach. How could I refuse to instruct those in need? Here is the fundamental principle of my doctrine. Our gods are shit. We don't need them. Well, that's a pretty brash doctrine. They say a tree is known by its fruit. Well, if the twins are a tree, then their fruit are will, love, and law. But their will is arbitrary, their love is cruel, and their law is ruthless. The twins don't know the meaning of the word mercy. All they bring to this world is suffering. Everyone in this world is miserable, regardless of their estate or status, and we will continue to be miserable as long as we continue to accept the burden of their divine chains. There's only one path to salvation in the world. Reject the twins outright. You and only you must accept responsibility for your own life. Forge your own secular law. Fill your heart with secular love. Experience your own secular will. And forget all about the twins. But what about the hereafter, you say? What about the final judgment, eternal torment at the foot of the pillar, and never-ending bliss at the peak? Everyone asks me this, and here's what I tell them. What happens to you in the hereafter doesn't matter, because there won't be any you in the hereafter anyway. We will all be dissolved in the twins' own endless will. Out there, on the other side of the true death, Father Mark will cease to exist, and so will you, young man. You will have no will, you will make no decisions, you will be incapable of action. In other words, your life will be over. Your existence ends with your true death. Whatever happens to you after that won't really be happening to you, so who cares? So let's all tell the twins to take their bullshit laws, their bullshit will, and their bullshit love and shove them straight up their divine asses. Let's cast away the yoke of the gods and live our worldly lives free of their despotic, ruthless rule. Unrest. Fuck me, man. -1 church, -1 unrest. Or we print the book and we get +1 unrest. Well, we gotta print the book to get +1 unrest, am I right? Am I right? Am I right? I'm right. I mean, that was... Wow. Wow! Yeah, we're gonna print the book in secret. Yeah, because we need more unrest, so... Screw it! Freedom of speech. To reject the twins is to deny their love, their will, and their love. Their law, their will, and their love. To reject the twins is to deny that their empire is blessed and absolute. To reject the twins is to deny that the tempests are chosen by the gods themselves to rule. If these teachings begin to spread, there will be unrest like the likes of which the province has not seen since the emergence of the new faith. You accept Father Mark's manuscripts and promise to print the books as requested. You only have one condition: complete and total sincerity. Yeah, no one must ever learn of your arrangement. Most certainly, young man. If the years have taught me anything, it's how to know when to preach loudly and when to stay quiet. You get to work. To ensure that all goes well, you do most of the work alone. Only sometimes do you ask your employees for help, and even then, you make sure they never work on the book long enough to glean its true nature. After a month of work, Father Mark's print run is done. My thanks, young man. I hope my sermon has found a place in your heart. Do not waste your worldly life in vain. It's too short. Only here, in this life, can we truly change anything. Only here can we truly feel alive. Be bold. Be audacious. Every single one of us is doomed, so do not fear the wrath of the mighty, and live free of their chains. Set yourself free and live every day as though it were your last. You may have helped propel Father Mark's teachings into the future. These thin little volumes in cheap leather bindings will spread across the empire like wildfire. You have placed another bundle of kindling on the fire. One day, sooner or later, it will catch fire. Starting to regret that I didn't take the thing earlier. We'll go a little longer. It's midnight, but I'm feeling it, dude. I'm feeling it. I'm enjoying it. Magra has received alarming news from the neighboring province of Illyri. The low-born convicts toiling in the Illyrian mines have revolted against their noble masters. For the first time in many years, many long, peaceful years, commoners have taken up arms. Worse yet, the insurgents had guns and gunpowder, and no one knows how they got them. Gunpowder weapons were banned throughout the empire as soon as they were invented. The lords deemed firearms dishonorable and unfit for the nobles. Even legion soldiers are forbidden from using them. But now gunshots were echoing through the Muscians' Illyrian mines. The Imperial Legion was deployed to quell the riots. The legionnaires slaughtered the rebels without mercy, and the uprising choked to death on its own blood before it even begun. The south of Illyria is now a forest of gallows. The convicts' corpses were left swaying in the wind as a warning to any commoner who might dare to take up arms. Although the rebellion quickly succumbed to the imperial military's onslaught, many legion soldiers and officers were slain by the insurgents' firearms. Their steel armor was no match for bullets. The rioters' weapons were destroyed in a public ceremony, but no one knows who built or smuggled them into the mines. All imperial overseers soon ensued public reminders in their provinces. The punishment for owning a gunpowder weapon is true death by execution. But the emperor is still relentless, still anxious. Somehow guns found their way into commoners' hands, if only for a short time. Could gunpowder and lead one day endanger the old ways of the empire? Authorities of Magra fear that the unrest will soon spill over here. Due to the double tax, peasants' farms and industrial manufacturers are facing harsh times. The province's wealth is steadily declining, but the discontent of the commoners is still held back by the internal love that demands they accept their suffering. Wealth of Magra is going down, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. Well, I want this one, but we need higher unrest, dude. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Dude, this is not going over too well. It has been 4 years since Archduke Melandius and Overseer Tempest first clashed. Each claims the right to collect taxes in the province. Now, for the third year in a row, they are each collecting their own taxes, and the province is sinking deeper into poverty. The people who have been hit the hardest are miners, diggers, and anyone who owns or manages a mine. When gunpowder first appeared in Margra mines, workers felt hope for a better future for the first time in years, but the ban soon followed and those hopes died. People have lost their hope, jobs, industrialists and manufacturers have lost their fortunes. The silver industry is in decline. The Lesser Quorum, led by Mayor Egmont, has been fighting to stop double taxation and reverse the ban on gunpowder for a long time now, but to no avail. The common people blame Magistrate L. Vermin. He has supported the gunpowder ban from the very beginning, branding it too dangerous to be handled by commoners. This friction is throwing sparks everywhere. You have always known that unrest would flare up one day, but oddly enough, it all begins with a celebration. It is early in the morning. You are eating breakfast with your family. Stefan is excited. Your brother has been invited to a ball at the Chancellery, and he has been getting ready ever since he woke up. Magistrate L. Vernon is a sly man, Stefan. I'd be wary of him if I were you. Some friends in high places can take more than they give. Enough, father, I already know that, but if we ever want to be ennobled by the sword, we have to take advantage of every opportunity that presents itself. There would be nobles of the highest rank there from all over the province. Besides, there's no risk in making L. Vernon's acquaintance. The conversation continues. Bored, you excuse yourself and go to the print shop. An ordinary day of work is followed by an ordinary evening. You are about to close up shop for the night when Aladia arrives unexpectedly. She brings a letter. It's an urgent report from Sophia. You glance through it hurriedly. The handwriting is not Sophia's. Felipe has taken a great risk by writing to you under a false name, which means that this news is too urgent for caution. Our informers with Egmont's goons have warned us about a march tomorrow morning. There's trouble brewing. Miners, diggers, and even mine owners are involved. They're coming from all over the province to demand that L. Vernon lift the gunpowder ban. This march has Egmont's name all over it. It's supposed to be peaceful, no bloodshed. Apparently the miners think L. Vernon won't have the guts to use force, so he'll have to listen to their demands. Their plan is to show up during the magistrate's party. They're mad because he's throwing money around while they're all starving. There are several hundred workers coming and they're fired up. They should get there early tomorrow morning. You have the night to get ready. Let's hope you know how to put this intel to good use. You burn the letter in the flame of a candle. As the paper turns to ash, you weigh your options. Egmont wants to protest to be peaceful, but will he be able to keep the angry miners from crossing the line? And Stefan will be at that damn party of his. This complicates the matter. Either way, Felipe is right. You cannot ignore this. What will you do during this unexpected protest? What? Damn it! Oh shit. What would that help with? Order. This would help us to achieve our goals, though. It is about destroying your soul, dude. Like, it's horrible, but I just keep going because it's kind of fun. Oh, but that fucks my spine network. Order, so then that gives us plus unrest, but screws my spine network. And I get a death, but I get plus manipulation and plus scheming. I can't do this one because I needed manipulation because, manipulation would have been great. Now, I guess that doesn't even help me all that much anyways. this one gives wealth minus spy network, wealth, scheming, and diplomacy. But there's no way I'll ever be able to get reputation 10. Because it's 1 right now, so there's no way I could ever get it to 10. Well, hell, I guess I just need to do this one and take a death. Because that one doesn't help me, that one just screws me. I should have freaking taken this asshole's deal. We're gonna take a death. The nobles have never seen the common people as a force to be reckoned with. A peaceful protest will be a waste of time and effort. No matter how many miners crowd the city streets, they will not be heard until bloodshed is spilled. This matter cannot be left to chance. You send for Moss and Father Fraud and brief them on the situation. You are going to need a number of last straw members for this. People who do not mind getting their hands dirty. They need to be ready for the morning. You will join the miners' march and you will be armed. The miners may be planning a peaceful protest, but you will make sure things turn violent. This is fucked. I'm going to need some guys who know what's what. That means they won't be able to trial a few dozen bigwigs for a while. It's either or, Brante. I only get so many men. So be it, as long as they are all ready in time. Come morning, the miners march into the city, tools in hand. They are dressed in rags covered in soot and coal dust, hitting buckets with shovels and pickaxes with every step. The rhythm is as loud as it is chaotic. The miners are led by mine owners and industrialists, who are in turn led by Mayor Egmont himself. His voice can be heard about the incessant din of metal on metal. Give us back our gunpowder. Give us back our lives. If we want coal and silver, give us back our gunpowder. Fuck me, I'm an idiot! Unrest is greater than... Oh no, I'm not an idiot. Okay. Unrest is greater than or equal to 8. Okay, so I do have to do this. Okay, I was like, what? The entire procession repeats after him, hundreds of voices chanting in unison. The people in Zanti echo the refrain from the windows. Occasionally, a gendarme finds himself in their path and scurries away. The process is advancing towards the Chancellery building. Oliver's men join them at the north gate. They are murderers, thieves, debitors, men who will do anything for money. They look just like ordinary people in the crowd. As the procession enters the temple district, the white robes of New Faith priests join the gray mass of miners. Father Fraud has worked a small miracle indeed. The priests' voices join the commoners' chant. The thunderous din grows louder still. The twins are on our side. Our cause is pleasing to them. Aladia joins the procession as it nears the noble district, the last straw's youngest members in tow. The miners grow bolder as they see more and more people supporting their cause. You hide in the back alley just around the corner from the Chancellery, making sure your face is hidden. When the processions reach you, you join in front rank and let it carry you along. Your men and women are ready to spring into action as soon as you raise a red handkerchief above the throng. The march approaches the Chancellery building. The ball is cut short. Unable to flee the celebration in time, most of the nobles are trapped, surrounded by the chanting miners. Stefan is somewhere among them. Caught by surprise, the Magistry barely manages to alert the Gardharmas. Their numbers are too small to disperse a mob this size, but the Anzanti Legion garrison will appear any minute now. This is no time to be careless. Sensing its strength, the mob continues to chant and bang on buckets without any fear of the Gandharmas. Amid the metallic cacophony, Egmont's words repeat again and again. Bring us back our gunpowder. Bring us back our lives. You want coal and silver? Bring back our gunpowder. Egmont clambers up into a makeshift podium. Workers of Magra, our so-called protectors, are having a feast today, so let them see you with their own eyes. Let them hear you with their own ears. You are the people who harvest the lifeblood of our province day and night in the darkness of the mines. You are the people hidden from the light. You are the people who earn riches for our masters. The chant is deafening, pickaxes and shovels clanging against metal. This is the moment of truth. Either Elvernon concedes or there will be blood. To the Magistry's credit, he has the composure to face the people himself. The crowd grows quiet for him to speak. I understand your plight, but I will never accept such lawlessness in my city. Leave Anzante immediately before the Gandharmas and the Legion force you out. The crowd murmurs in discontent. The people are on the verge of a riot. The Magistrate feels it too. He raises his hand, trying to say something else, but it's too late. You toss a red handkerchief into the air with one hand and hurl a cobblestone with the other. The heavy rock hit Elvernon square in the chest, spread throughout the mob. Moss and his men scream in uniform, "Get 'em!" The Gandharmas soon find more rocks flying in their direction. They try their best to fight back, but the rabble-rousers rush them, followed by the enraged horde. "Stop! Enough! Don't do this!" But there's no stopping it now. A confrontation is inevitable. Your work here is done. You try to escape the crowd, but a force of nature now. The mob will not release you. You are only a drop in a sea of humanity, and it washes you away. Soon the nobles join the Gandharmas in a bid to quell the riot. The aristocracy best draws their sword and fights an uneven battle, few against many. People push and shove frantically. You are deafened by screams, your nostrils filled with the stench of blood and sweat. Those pickaxes and shovels quickly become deadly weapons. The mob buffets you side to side, and as it moves, you barely manage to remain on your feet, even as you stumble over the bodies of all those less fortunate. Then finally, you are almost through the last stream of bodies when you hear an all-familiar voice from behind your back. "Not so fast, rebel." A cold steel pierces your back. The tip of the sword sprouts from your stomach. A foot kicks you in the back. You are thrown off the blade and onto your feet. But a moment later you collapse onto the cobblestone. You smash your head first into the hard stone. Your nose shatters with a sickening crunch. The pain is blinding. Salty blood fills your mouth, and then darkness. I gotta do bad things to achieve my goal, man. It's horrible. You are surrounded by an immense grate. We've read all this before. A couple times, actually. Your future... What? Figure looms over all of them. Your future true death. You can no longer deny its imminence. It has always been there waiting for you. Now you are one step away from it, but you will take this step yourself. The familiar gigantic figure that feels in the void, they effortlessly lift your tiny soul into their hands. It's when they will create you. The elder do not grant you his love. He has forced it into you. The younger shaped your accordance with the law without giving you a choice. And release in the torrent of the unfathomable will whisk you away. You are merely a minuscule, the universal tide, the structure of all events, past, present, and future. Your puny actions and choices are nothing in the face of the force of this torrent harbors. You whirl in the cosmetic vortex of the twin gods and will until it casts you out. You are careened back down to your earthly life. It is only now that you regain your ability to act. You see, blah, 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 blah. Which will you follow? The will of the elders? Will of the God who brings love to the world? The will of the younger? You follow the will of the God who imposed law upon the world. Earthly power? You abide by the world manifestation of the law and the will of the authorities. Your own will. The will you are willing to live by is your own history. History as a will or blood tide. You obey the will of your ancestors and your family legacy. Your own will. You fall into an endless web formed by the wills of the mortal world. Now that you are free of the cosmetic vortex, you can finally exert your own will and make a choice. It feels like a first gasp of air after being suffocated by an alien will, the will of the gods. But for you, your chosen will be incarnated here in this world. One decision is not enough. You will have to follow this path to its conclusion. To turn this will be into reality by way of your decision, deeds, and actions. Your eyes snap open. You sit up abruptly. The crypt is spinning around you. The stagnant stench chokes you. You got out. You succeeded in preserving yourself against the whirlwind that was tearing you asunder. The will of the twin gods had commanded you to continue your existence. You feel the urge to fall flat on your back and crack and cackle madly. You are back. I'm back! I'm slowly giving up my soul, but I'm back. You awaken. Your first breath is filled with pain. The crypt is silent. No one is there to meet you. With any luck, your family will never know that you died. Maybe this is for the best. The riot was an excellent dress rehearsal for a large-scale revolt. Felipe will eventually order you to lead. You put your men to the test, and they acquitted themselves nicely. When the time comes, you will be ready. But do you really want that time to come? Unrest. So now we gotta get our freaking spine network back up and our uprest up. Dude, this is not going good at all, by the way. We're not having a good time here. This event is a consequence of your previous action. Oh, that's nice. The air is chilly. The sun has set. You make your way towards the city walls, avoiding busy streets there. An old grain warehouse. You have an appointment with Sophia. She wanted to speak to you face to face. Is she afraid of being overheard? She's already there, leaning on the old wall and smoking her pipe. She greets you with a nod. I'm glad you got here quick. Listen up. Oh, shoot. Give me a minute. Sorry, my phone was almost dead. We've been in Anzanti for a while now. I've seen how you handle things with the last straw. I think I can trust you. I need to ask you a favor. It's for the last straw, but Felipe can never find out about it. I need gunpowder, and I need it now. I led you to the stuff, and now I want you to tell me where they're hiding it. You ask Sophie what she needs the gunpowder for. The young woman squints and looks you in the eye. To get people riled up, to start the revolt. Don't expect any details. You know how it goes. The longer the chain, the easier it breaks. You'll find out soon enough. For now, the question is whether you trust me or not. Just give me the gunpowder and keep your trap shut. Think you can handle that? I mean, it gives us +2 unrest, which gets us to 6. Which means we're 2 away, but we're also 1 away with our spy network. Yeah, fuck it. I feel like with each decision I lose a little part of my soul. But you know, you draw a map on the ground with the tip of your boot. There is a small mountain ridge half an hour to the east of the south gate. There used to be a quarry there. You stash the gunpowder in one of the tunnels. Sophie studies your sketch intently, then wipes it away with her foot. I'm glad to see I was right about you. Thanks. When the time comes, I'll be able to help both of us. Yeah, like you helped me last time? Once she has the gunpowder, Sophie wastes no time. The first blast detonates in front of the chancellery. The granite statue of Emperor Uther falls from its pedestal and shadows stewing rubble across the square. Another blast, a wall of Inquisition ward falls. Several champions of faith are killed. About a dozen apostates manage to escape the chaos. A third blast, the bridge over the brine near Anzante collapses. A caravan of Archduke Melandius tax collectors are lost in the tribunal war. This is clearly just the beginning. Sophia is not one to rest on her laurels. The overseer is livid. The prefectors raid manufacturers and mine owners, but cannot find a single Spurfloop gunpowder keg. The citizens are agitated. Rumors about the bomber run rampant. Some say they are criminals who escaped from the mines. Others are convinced that witches are behind the explosions, which they wouldn't be wrong. There is only a rumor that the explosions were set off by enemies of the Empire. But everyone is equally horrified by the deadly, merciless force of gunpowder. It spares no one. All are equals before it. Nobles die in explosions just like commoners or clergymen. The fear that has paralyzed the people begins to erode. The commoners are now armed with a weapon capable of destroying an entire army. It does not take them long to come to grips with this. The last straw ranks continue to swell. Those who had doubts are now free of them. The call of freedom resounds louder and louder on the streets of Anzante. A few gunpowder kegs were enough to shatter the illusion of the Emperor's invincibility. Sophie's plan worked. Okay, continue. Unrest. We're at 7. We need one more. We need one more in this and one more in Spy Network. Dude, this is scary, dude. We're getting so close, and I think I might be screwed anyways. Which is gonna suck balls. No! No! A holy day is coming, a day when the Entry Empire thanks the twins for the silver tree, the sign they left behind as a reminder of their eternal presence in this world. The momentous occasion is especially important for Anzante, but the clergy cannot agree on how best to celebrate it. Father Lenart has called for all worshippers of the twins to approach the temple of the silver tree and kneel before the sacred relic, but the old clergy balks at the idea of Lenart and the new believers leading the ritual. The day has come. An immense crowd is moving in a procession towards the temple near the silver tree, where Father Lenart awaits, but an inquisitor by the name of Jenny stands in their way. She strikes a defiant pose. Confronted by a member of the Holy Order of the Inquisition, the procession reluctantly stops. Jenny, people, turn back. Those who attend Lenart's rite will succumb to the new faith. Those who reject the lots will defy their divine design. They're about to bring the wrath of gods down upon us all. Open your eyes, go back to your homes, and pray to the twins. The procession wants to move, but the people are confused until Father Lenart himself walks out of the temple and meets Janine face to face. People of Azanti, no one has the right to deny you the sacred ritual of worshipping at the tree, not even the Inquisition. Is such a denial not more likely to prove the wrath of the twins? The Inquisition must know that the new faith does not seek to challenge or defy the twins. We are merely trying to correct the mistakes of those who came before us. We do not anger the twins, we merely vex those who refuse to accept the dawn of a new age. Janine finds herself between a rock and a hard place, seeing that she has no other choice but to let the procession pass. The new faith numbers have swelled of late. It cannot be stopped. Today is an important holiday. The entire empire is celebrating the festival of the Silver Tree, which commemorates the parting gift of the twin gods, the divine sapling they planted in our mortal world in the middle of Anzante. The families of the city spend the day in peace and quiet, contemplating the divine roots that join together all people, their bloodlines, and the entire empire. Mother always oversees this holiday. The day before the festival, she seems to have shaken off her usual apathy and engaged in the preparations with excitement. It was as though her illness has loosened its grip. Mother gathers the entire family for the holiday meals. Father in high spirits today, sharing jokes with you and Nathan. Stefan is trying to suppress an atypical agitation. Gloria is the last to join you at the table. She is wearing new breeches and high stockings and a yellow vest. Gloria, you're wearing men's clothing again? No, Mother, I'm wearing clothes for women are forbidden to wear. Father gives Gloria a stern look. Stefan rolls his eyes but says nothing. Suddenly, Nathan speaks up. A few days ago in the market, I saw a grocer dressed as overseer Gaius Tempest. He had a huge carrot for a scepter. He got a sound drubbing, of course, but until then, he was quite a hoot. Everybody laughs at the ridiculous story, relieved. Even Gloria has a smile on her face when she sits down. The feast commences. Your home finally feels warm for a moment. It wasn't so long ago the four of you couldn't even reach up to this table. The first words you said, Gloria, was gimme. Nathan used to cling to my shirt all the time, almost tearing it, and you couldn't talk at all yet, but your piercing stare was so expressive it felt as if you were talking to me. Mother looks at Stefan and suddenly grows quiet. When I met Stefan, he was already 3 years old. He was so serious and smooth talker to boot. I remember that he had a music teacher, but he was too shy to play in front of me, so I used to listen from the next room. Stefan's face twitches. Your elder brother rises and moves to the old harpsichord. His fingers fly gracefully over the keys. A melody fills the house, melancholy and sweet. The last note lingers in the air, then silence falls. The family is awestruck. Word fails you all. Who wrote that? A nobleman from the capital between drinking a glass of wine and beating a servant? Your sister's cutting remark puts an end to the warm, cozy atmosphere. Stefan calmly turns to face her. No, it was I who composed this piece of music. It's called Mother. Mother raises her feet. She would have needed help to do it just recently, but now she treads unassisted towards Stefan and draws him close. Stefan puts his arm around her stepmother's waist, then detaches himself awkwardly. May the twins bless you, Lindia. Gloria considers this scene with thinly veiled flurry in her eyes. Of course, highborn nobles like Stefan are made for the arts. They're the only ones lucky enough to have a soul and experience inspiration. Unlike us, the lowborn, we aren't supposed to feel anything but suffering, let alone express it in poetry. Everyone noticed that Gloria is clutching pages filled with writing, her poems. Your sister casts a mournful gaze at the family, and her eyes rest on you. Appeal to Mother? What does that do? Huh? We're gonna do that, I guess. It's not my favorite option, but hey. You walk up to Mother, take her hand in yours, and whisper in her ear, it's time for her to intervene and save the family celebration. Mother nods understandably. Gloria, my dear child, since you were little, I taught you to care for your soul. But if I failed to convince you, please think about the family that took a sin. I implore you, do not take on noble activities. Do not infringe upon the inclined order. Gloria's face flushed red with fury. She claps the pages to her chest. That's right, Mother, since I was little. Do you think I'm not reminded of it with every breath I take? Of all of the things I'm forbidden to do because I'm lowborn. My dear girl, listen to me. There's more to life than you and your aspirations. You are a member of the Brante family, and our family is part of a greater universe. Your actions affect all of us. We are not isolated. We are watched by the city, by the empire, by the twin gods themselves. Dude, my siblings are like so childish, man. My guy like grew up, became a spy, killed a bunch of people, started a bunch of riots. And these people are worried about writing poems. Come on, man. When I was her age, I was killing dudes apparently and lying my ass off. Man, I'm starting to wonder if maybe I chose the wrong path. So I'm not allowed to bear your name, but I still have to bear all the responsibilities that come with it. What hypocrisy. Gloria runs out of the room, outraged and tearful. The family is left dumbfounded. Finally, Stefan speaks. I hope, Lindia, that you can still make her see reason. Your words were wise. Let us heed them ourselves. The celebration continues despite Gloria's absence. Well, I mean, that sucks, but, you know, I got +1 manipulation. That's pretty cool. Could have used that, like, 20 minutes ago, but... Ooh, +10 unity. I got a dealie. Moment of respite. Your work for the day is finally done. You hurry to the family home where peace and tranquility dwell again at last. Still, you have grown used to the idea that this peace could be disturbed at any moment. As you enter, Father walks down the stairs to greet you. He smiles happily and warmly. Devlin, my dear son, you're spending so much time at work. Look, you can barely stand. You need some rest. Please stay at home with us for a while. Surely your work can wait. You've earned yourself a moment of respite. Dude, if only they knew the shitty things I've done. If only. But they don't, because I'm a master spy. You consider his words for a moment and agree. Overjoyed, Father takes your hand and leads you into the sitting room. You spend several days resting in the family home, where your troubles are distant and your family is close. They tell you their news and you carefully share yours. You spend the evening together on the porch, just like in the good old days, listening to Father's stories of your family's history, sharing laughter over memories of childhood. It is late now. Cicadas buzz quietly in the garden. The windows of the bedrooms glow with warm light. You recline in the wicker chair with a glass of good wine. There is no place like home. Ay, 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 ay. Let's go. No. Stop progressing. Stop. I need to hit my quotas, man. I gotta get to where I need to be. How long have we been going? 3 hours? I kind of want to continue. No, maybe a little longer. News from the capital quickly reaches every corner of the empire. Jiren and Flavius, and the heirs to the throne, have left the emperor's palace for the province of Monia, which is ruled by Great Chancellor Argarius Monroe. The Great Chancellor has accused the Emperor's court of harboring malefactors, conspiring against the imperial heirs. This is why he has offered them shelter and safety in their own impregnable citadels. Alright, thank you for coming by. Talk to you later. Have a good rest of the night. Get those steps in. Oh shit! I didn't take a picture of my steps and post them. Dumbass! I forgot. Well, they're gone now, so. Oh no, no, shit, dude. How could I be so stupid? Hold on, I need a second here. Come on, just make it bigger, please. I'm sorry, I still need a minute. I'm gonna post my stupid steps that I forgot to post. Wait, how did you get that? What? How did he get that dope ass picture? Does that even tell me how many steps I did? No, fuck. Okay. Sorry, I still need a minute because I gotta post my steps. Okay, they're posted. Okay, back to the game that I am now addicted to. The common people are particularly worried about the news. They take it as a sign that the Chancellor is seeking to solidify his power by holding the heirs hostage. If this continues, Monroe could coerce the empire into revoking the imperial law, thus depriving the common estate of any and all rights. All hope for reform in the empire has vanished. From farmer to rich industrialist, the commoners are growing desperate. In your province, the authorities are trying their best to put the people at ease. The magistrate of Anzanti makes a speech from the balcony to this excited crowd below. Trust in your emperor, good people. The imperial heirs are the future of the great Tempesty dynasty. The emperor has made this wise decision to send them far away from the scheming courts. Great Chancellor Monroe will take good care of them and keep them safe. All glory to the empire, all glory to the Tempest. Oh no, dude. I'm getting scared, dude. Commoners are flocking to Anzanti, refugees from villages that have been squeezed dry, miners who have lost their jobs, craftsmen who have lost their last coin. They are all come to the city in search of shelter, safety, and justice. Makeshift shacks litter the outskirts of the city, steadily growing into shanty towns. Every day, the people of Anzanti see more men and women hanging around the streets looking for work, leaving their children in the care of the most infirm and elderly of refugees. Of all the powerful people in the city, Mayor Egma is the only one who considers this a problem. He has ordered several of their warehouses to be converted into shelters and begun distributing bread to the refugees of free charge. You and Sophie are sitting on the roof of an apartment building watching people huddle around a wagon. The bread line stretched to the small square between the buildings yesterday, but today is disappearing down the back streets with no end in sight. Sorry, I got a text now. Look at those poor bastards. They've been betrayed by their own masters. The nobles robbed them blind, razed their villages, and left them to die. Man, I wonder if... But I don't know how that feels, you know. Yeah. It's never happened to me, you bitch. Backbreaking labor, endless suffering, dying in the gutter. That's all they've ever given them. Would any of them blasted nobles even move a finger to help the refugees? Not on your life. Mayor Egmont's the only one who cares. He's their only chance for survival. Say, Brante, I hear Augustus Elborn and Mayor Egmont have both been invited to your house for dinner. That's true? How does Sophia know about this? Father asked you to keep it a secret. What difference does it make? You should have told me. Do you have any idea what this dinner means? It's a sit-down, Brante. They could be deciding the fate of our city, the fate of the last straw, the fate of our rebellion. You've got to get me an invitation to that dinner. Tell them I'm your friend, your fiancé, your lover. I don't care. Just find some excuse for me to be there. Okay? +1 power. Dude, that gives us our unrest, though. Dude, we have to do it, pretty much. Because we need our unrest. It's weird that it gives us unity. Alright. Of course, Sophia can come to the dinner tonight, but she's going to need a proper outfit. No worries, Brante. I can behave in the noble society. Dude, I'm helping this chick again, and I'm just gonna get burned again. But I'm doing it anyways. Time for the dinner party arrives. The Brante house prepares for guests. You cannot remember the last time your entire family got together like this. Father is unusually focused and serious today. Mother is wearing father's wedding gift, a precious brooch adorned with gems. To her, it is a small act of defiance. Commoners may not indulge in luxury, but today is a special day indeed, and she has found the courage to dare this small transgression. Stefan is more carefree and high-spirited than usual. He always enjoys his uncle's visits. Nathan is as quiet, fruitive, and conspicuous as ever. Gloria, however, only smiles to herself. Sophia is sitting at the table to your left. The family casts curious glances at her from time to time. It feels so strange to see her here at home, together with your family. Mother is the first to acknowledge her presence. Sophia, Devlin told us he was inviting someone important to him, but he never mentioned that this someone was a charming young lady. Pray tell, how did you and my son meet? Oh, it was a long time ago. We've known each other ever since we were little. We used to play in the neighbors' yards together. And then Devlin helped me to get out of Anzanti and go to the capital. He was a real hero, you know? You see dubious recognition in your family's eyes. My mother mentioned meeting an old friend in the capital, so is that you? Why yes, our paths crossed again in Eterna. What a wonderful city. I have such fond memories of the years I spent there. I was so lucky to have him by my side. He helped me a lot. Yeah, and then you fucked me over. So screw you, lady. Is that so? Then I don't suppose you could shed some light on what happened to him there. What was my son doing in Eterna all those years? He came home with a small fortune, but refused to tell us where it came from. I'm afraid I don't know much about that myself. All I can say is that I was fortunate enough to introduce your son to a very important man, proved himself and earned the man's patronage. Well, I certainly hope this man was a decent, honorable nobleman, not some upstart commoner with deep pockets like Egmont. Stefan, could you please refrain from such remarks when Egmont is here, if only for my sake? Worry not, father. I should never embarrass you in front of Sir Elborn. I assure you, Sir Stefan, your brother's benefactor is one of the most respectable noblemen I've ever met. I'm sure the two of you would have a lot in common if you ever happen to meet. You're both dicks, is what she is saying. You watch in awe as Sophia charms your family with polite small talk, effortlessly picking the right words for everyone at the table. Her presence is so enchanting that your family enjoys a moment of peace and harmony for the first time in ages. The servants soon announce the guests' arrival. Baron Augustus Elborn and Meyer Egmont greet the master and mistress of the house, one after another, and take their seats at the dinner table. After the traditional exchange of pleasantries, you enjoy the exquisite dinner followed by wine. There would ordinarily be dessert for Father and Stefan, but today the noblemen make do with wine. Elborn and Egmont finally begin to discuss the droves of commoners seeking refuge in the city. I must confess, Egmont, I don't understand your motivation here. Are you moved by honest desire to help people or to my brain's getting fried at 1 o'clock. Okay, of some inscrutable profit. Regardless, you have to put an end to this before it's too late. The food and shelter you offer them only serves to attract more and more refugees to Enzante, and when they finally fill streets, what are you going to do then? What am I going to do then? The Archduke, the Overseer, what are they going to do? Have you even considered this? Please understand me. I harbor no ill will towards these people, but Gaius Tempest is concerned that they will eventually start causing trouble. Archduke Melandius is looking for any excuse to march his punitive battalions into the city. Myra, is that really what you want? With all due respect, Sir Prefect, I cannot do what you ask. These people have nowhere else to go. No one else will help them. Here in Enzanti, at least I can offer them food and shelter. Are you really asking me to let them starve to death? Do not deceive yourself, Augustus. I was one of those who welcomed the new overseer first. Just like all the rest, I hoped that the common estate would get a little more breathing room under his rule. But what did Gaius Tempest do? He started his power struggle with the Archduke. He made the double tax possible. He signed the ban on gunpowder, and in Magra of all places, a province that lives off of the silver ore we mine. Which is why, Sir Elborn, I do not trust the Archeans or the nobility anymore. No, sir, I will not rely on their generosity. The only way I can accomplish anything in this world is by myself, by the sweat of my brow, by sticking my neck out for others. Augustus, you are the only noble in the imperial government I can still trust. You are known throughout the city as the protector of the lowly estate, so protect the lowly estate. Offer protections to the refugees. Convince the overseers to let them stay here. Let me save their lives. I'm very sorry, Egmont, but that is impossible. Gaius Tempest has made it very clear that I cannot resolve this situation. He will bring the Legion into the city and deal with it himself. It pains me to say this, but these people would be better off leaving the city, or maybe even Magra. You must realize this. They should go to Illyria or some other place and start new lives. The only thing waiting for them here is Enzanti, is death. There's nothing I can do to help them. Glance at Sophie warily. Her brows are furrowed, and her hands are balled into fists. She interrupts Elborn without warning. Enough! Everyone turns to her in surprise. Did a low-born woman just have the audacity to raise her voice while important men are talking? That's enough. You are Baron Augustus Elborn, the prefect of Magra, the protector of the common folk, the last hope for the people like me. You're all we got. Mayor Egmont is right. The Archeans don't care about us at all. As far as the Melandrius and the Tempest are concerned, we don't even exist. Every commoner in this city knows there's only one noble in Enzanti who actually cares, and that's you, Sir Elborn. Not the Overseer, not the Archduke, not the Magistrate, not the Patriarch, none of them. You're the only man who can change things in this city. If not you, then who? If not now, then when? The overseer needs your support. He trusts you. He'll listen to you. You don't have to blindly follow this every order. You're free to make up your own mind and speak to him on behalf of the people. I'm begging you, please don't betray us. Don't betray all of us we've placed in you. Don't betray all the trust we've placed in you. Help Mayor save these people. Says the betrayer! The amber candlelit glimmers and sparkles reflected in Sophie's blue eyes. My apologies, ma'am. We have not been introduced. Sophia, a commoner. A lengthy silence hangs over the room. No one knows what to do. Everyone holds their breath, waiting for Augustus Elborn to react. Thank you, Sophia. Your words? You ought to thank this young lady, Mayor. You will have my support. The refugees may stay. Do your best to give them decent shelter and food, and see if there's any work they can do. I'll see if I can convince the Archduke that they pose no threat, and I'll take steps to keep the streets safe. The guests thank their hosts for their hospitality, then leave, one after another. You walk Sophia to a carriage. That was some night, Brante? You've got an interesting family. Too bad I'll probably never have a reason to get to know them better. What? The next day, Augustus Elborn makes a statement to the people of Enzante. The prefector of the Lesser Quorum have reached an agreement. The refugees arriving in the city will be offered temporary shelter and provisions. No announcement for the overseers are forthcoming. I need one more. I need one more spice, dude. I just one. Just one. Give it to me, please. Give it to me, please. I just need one. Just one more in the spice. Please. Riots in Enzante are reaching boiling points. The disgruntled crowd that took to the streets 2 days ago are protesting night and day. The pavement is littered with rubble and broken glass. It is impossible to deny that you had a hand in this. The last straw has spent years helping the common folk of Enzante realize that they have the right to make their own voice heard. Any attempt to silence that voice has led to paroxysms of rage among the people. The Lesser Quorum pensioned Gaius Tempest 3 days ago. The pension asked the overseer to suspend the nobility's ancient rights to be exempt from taxes. This would ease the burden of the poor common folk. But the pension never reached the overseers. Several furious nobles barged in while the quorum was still in session. It all ended in bloodshed. The next day, the commoners took to the streets. They demand that the overseer adopt the quorum's proposal at once. They have clamored tirelessly for the nobles' disposition to be punished for 2 days now. The authorities remain silent. The city is on the verge of a revolt. I need you to deal with this at once, Brante. Stop this madness by any means necessary. If these disturbances go too far, noble blood could be spilled. We can't let it happen. But how are you supposed to stop the crowd? And for that matter, should you? What? No! No, dude! Why? 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 I have to take control? Minus order +2 unrest. Fuck! No! No, dude! Why? 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 Why you gotta do me like this? Why you gotta do me like this, game? Why? I have a legitimate question for you, game. Why do every time I seem to get so close to the goal that I want, you fuck me in the ass? Why? Why? They come on. The only way to avoid bloodshed is to take charge of the disturbance yourself. Find the ringleader of the protest. The protest proves to be a simple task. Excited by your offer of support, they are eager to talk to you. The meeting takes place at night. The dim candle lights cast shadows on their own faces. You see an ancient-looking woman in a mouth-eaten silk garment, a stout middle-aged workman, a gray-eyed old man wearing a white tunic of a New Faith priest. You ask them whether they understand that a massacre is about to happen. All the nobles need is a single attack by the commoners, and the overseers will sick the legion on them. Yeah, you're right, but none of us want bloodshed. But what are we supposed to do? If they won't listen to us? What are you suggesting? The commoners already live their lives buried beneath the staggering burden of their lot. The nobility rules over them without realizing how dependent they are on their own subordinates. But there is a way to remind them of this. And it will not require any bloodshed. All the commoners need to do is stop working. If the peasants do not take to the fields, if the merchants do not open their shops, if the miners abandon their pickaxes, the nobles will have to suffer along with them. It will not take long for them to see that the province is on the brink of ruin. The overseer will have no choice but to relent. They ponder your words. You are suggesting that we lose what little income we have left? Our children are already starving as it is. I'm screwed, aren't I? This is gonna give me this stupid fucked ending. Exactly, the people already earn a pathetic pittance for their back-breaking labor. If the overseer ignores the lesser quorum plea, many will not survive in the winter. It is a frightening proposition, but will it be worth it? We'll need time to persuade the others, but we'll try. The next day, the city comes to a standstill. The commoners of Anzanti, including those who did not dare to take to the streets, refuse to work until the overseer hears them out. The streets are buried in sand. The shops are closed. The factories are emptied. The unplowed fields are choked with weeds. Many nobles resort to force in an attempt to make their servants return to work, but the common folk dutifully accept their punishment without resuming their labor. Overseer Tempest refuses to send the legion against the people who have not even attempted to arm themselves. Confronted by their own helplessness, the nobles ask the clergy for aid, but to their surprise, the priests of the New Faith, led by Abbot Lenart, support the common folk. The people of Anzanti, who have chosen labor as their lot, must be justly remunerated for it rather than extorted by taxation and left penniless. What kind of obedience can you expect from starving people? Only a week passes before the nobles of Anzanti are ready to negotiate with the lesser quorum. The pension finally reaches the overseer. Magistry L. Verman has the honor of announcing the response. His Grace Gaius Tempest has learned of the hardships of his people. Now, here is his will. An appeal from the people of Magra has reached my ears. The misery of the lowborn is great indeed, and an honorable governor must support his subjects. I hereby command the nobles of Anzanti to pay taxes to the treasury of Magra for the next year. During this same year, the taxes of the lowly estate shall be halved. We return home to find father bent over his ledgers. A nobleman of the mantle, he will be one of the first to pay the new tax. This is the first real victory the people have ever achieved. It may not be a revolt, but it demonstrates that the citizens of Anzanti are ready to fight for their future. In your note to Felipe, you remark that you have avoided bloodshed just as the advisor wanted. Yeah, but the thing is, we lost another spy network, and we need that bitch at 6. What do we get? Oh, we got those. We need this baby at 6, man. At 6. To get this, we gotta get our spy network at less than or equal to 6. Oh, so we're good. Oh. Well, okay then. Never mind. I take it back. Scheming. I'm a ringleader, man. I'm a schemer. Oh, this event is a consequence of your previous actions. Okay. Your home is quiet tonight. Father is away arbitrating disputes in Magran villages. Stefan is visiting one of his high-placed patrons. After a dinner spent in silence, everyone retreats to their chambers. You are about to retire for the night when Gloria calls out to you. Devlin, wait a minute. I have an important favor to ask you. Your sister leads you to her longtime refugee, the library. Here, the shadows between the bookcases, you will not be overheard. Brother, I wish to speak with you before Stefan returns. His scheming is becoming unbearable. It's beyond Sir Robert's power to stop him, let alone Mother and Nathan. You're my only hope. You shrug. All families argue from time to time, but every quarrel has an end sooner or later. Yes, it will end when Stefan finally gets rid of me. As far as he is concerned, I'm just a stumbling block and a stain on your father's good name. He lets me stay in the house only to avoid causing a scandal in high society, but as soon as the Brantes get his precious nobility of the sword, I will be out on the streets in the blink of an eye. Devlin, you don't want for me to get kicked out of the family, do you? Please help me. I need to convince Sir Robert to adopt me and make me legitimate. After all, it won't be easy for Stefan to dispose of me, and then I won't bear the stigma of being a bastard anymore. I know Sir Robert would agree if only by virtue of love he has for our mother, but Stefan is standing in his way. Tell me, will you help me? An illegitimate child who has never known her father, a stranger in the family. Gloria looks at you with hopeful, pleading eyes. Refuse her, and you get plus unity for refusing her? How does that give me unity? That doesn't make any sense. Yes, I will help Gloria, obviously. I mean, who wouldn't, you heartless bastards? You give Gloria a firm embrace. Ever since you were children, she has always been by your side. The two of you may have different fathers, but she is your sister, and she must remain a member of this family. It is your duty to come to her aid. You will make sure Gloria becomes a Brante. Gloria lets out a sigh of relief and hugs you back. It makes me so happy to know you're on my side. You wait for Stefan to come home. Your brother returns from his visit, mirthful and in high spirits. This is the perfect moment to have a talk. That went splendid. Brother Magistrate Elverman himself will support us. I'm on a friendly footing with his son now. It won't be long before we become nobles of the sword. But why are you still up? You raise the matter of your sister. The feud between Stefan and Gloria must end. Your brother seems to be unaware of how much damage it is inflicting on the family. But you know how to remedy it. The reason for everything is Gloria's lowly station. She should bear the Brante name. Your brother assumes a bored mien. Don't waste your time, brother. I know what Gloria is after. You mentioned damage to the family, but can you even fathom what this would mean for the Brante name? By allowing an illegitimate child into his family, our father would cover us all with an indelible shame. Several generations of Brante to come would not even dare to dream of becoming nobles of the sword. By the twins' god, I will not let that happen. You attempt to point out to Stefan that Gloria's desperate situation is leading her to more and more audacious escapades. If your sister becomes a member of the family, she'll stop. Believe me, I want to see Gloria at peace as much as you do, but not at the cost of the entire family's future. Absolutely not. I have a different idea for Gloria, and I'm sure this solution will satisfy everyone involved. Good night. You let your sister know Stefan's vehement denial. Gloria is so vexed she is shaking. So he wouldn't even hear us out. Is that it? He's willing to do anything just to drive me out, isn't he? We need to think of something. Gloria would continue her battle for the right to stay in this family, and you have promised to help her. Another page, baby. Philippe left Enzante for the capital last night on urgent business. He gave you both direct, unambitious orders before he left. Cease all activity and wait for him to return. A month of freedom, an entire month of peace. Is this real? Can you finally stop and catch your breath? But unfortunately, you do not even get to enjoy the thought of freedom for long. As noon approaches, Sophia appears in the door of your office. She has risked a visit in the middle of the day. This must be urgent. What brings her here? Dorius Otten ring a bell? You know the High Commander of Magra and Arcanian, my former master, blank, murderer, all around piece of shit? Wow, this has gone like pretty dark, man. I've been keeping tabs on him ever since I got back to Anzante. Yeah? Here's where it gets interesting, Brante. Turns out Felipe El Furro isn't the only guy trying to take advantage of the chaos to make a grab for power. There's a noble revolt brewing way up in the upper echelons. Melandius followers are itching to rebel against Overseer Tempest, and Dorius Otten is one of the heavies. You see where I'm going with this. All Gaius Tempest's authority comes from the Imperial Legion's sword and the guy in charge of them all, the High Commander of the province. That's Otten. And he can't wait to betray the Overseer and hand all of the power over to the Archduke. If this revolt goes through, everything we've worked for will go up in smoke. We can't let this happen. We need to expose Otten as the traitor he is and give Gaius Tempest all the proof. What about Felipe? What does he have to say about this? We don't even know where Felipe is right now. He's incommunicado. We'll have to go against his orders and act on our own. We've got no time to waste either. They could spring into action at the drop of a hat. Sophia's voice is trembling. You're not used to hearing her like this. You ask her why is she so eager to take Otto. Is she out for revenge? I'm more worried about the last straw's future than revenge. But I'm gonna level with you. If I had my way, I'd love nothing more than to strangle Ottman with my bare hands. Sicking that Overseer on him is the next best thing. As usual, Sophia sounds level-headed and makes a solid point, but you cannot help but feel she is still hiding something. Should you defy Felipe's orders and aid her? Is it a good idea to get involved in the struggles between the province's two most powerful Arcadians? What the fuck? Agree. Okay. Ask her to explain herself. Explain yourself, woman. That one also gets Dorius Ottman. But what's... Dishonored Sophia +1. Dorius Ottman dishonored Sophia +1 -5 willpower. Well, I kind of want to agree, but... This one, please. Of course you will help Sophia with this, but she is doing herself a disservice by keeping her friends in the dark. Before you go through with this, you would like her to explain it all to you. Sophia's eyes narrow as she studies you, pondering your words. You remain quiet, giving her time, trying to breathe as quietly as you can. Over a minute passes before Sophia speaks again. Okay, I trust you, so I'll level with you. But if you betray that trust, it'll just about kill me, okay? Yeah, you mean like it did like earlier when you fucked me over? Yeah, I still remember that. I'm tired. I've been a pawn all my life, an Arcanian's maidservant, a witch with no will of her own, stuck in prison, a toy in Felipe's hand, a tiny insect in the divine design. I'm sick of it. Yeah, and the thing is, you could have just left me alone and left me to my own devices, but you pulled me into this. You pulled me into your dirty frickin' spy ways, and you pulled me into this damn bullshit of being a pawn. I'm sick of being a thing. I'm sick of having owners. I'm sick of following orders. I'm sick of being used for someone else's goals. Well, I'm done. You get it that? I'm done. We're doomed, you and me. You're not deluding yourself on that account, are you? Felipe's gonna see us hanged just like he did the Lotless in Eterna. We'll stay alive as long as we're useful. No amount of loyalty to the secret chancellery can save us. But when he finally decides to get rid of us, I'll be ready. And Dorius Ottman, he's the worst Arcanian of them all. I was his maidservant for years. He was the worst thing that ever happened to me, ever. Worse than the House of Humility. Way worse than now. And now Otten is scheming to betray Gaius Tempest. Just one of his many plots. Business as usual. And the thing is, he never had to pay the price for his own schemes. Other people did. Kids who lost their homes, who had to slave away for scraps, and their fathers hanging themselves from despair. Sophia's voice trails off. She rummages around in her pockets, stuffs a hearty pinch of tobacco into her pipe, and puffs out a cloud of yellowish smoke. Then she continues her voice and calms, lifeless, monotone. And now I have a chance to end it all. If it means putting my life on the line, so be it. Because we're doomed, see, the moment I realize that, I become free. If I can make this world better, I'm gonna try, and I'll keep on trying until I drop. And you're with me, Devlin. That means a lot. For the next 10 days, you watch Otten's house, memorizing the guard schedules, studying the layout of the mansion, planning escape routes, until finally you have the opportunity to act. When night falls, the two of you go there together. There's a carriage at the gate. It looks all too familiar. Is there a guest at Otten's mansion? Who cares? There's no turning back now. There's no time. Is it your brother? You climb over the tall stone wall and disappear into the dark garden. The sprawling shrubbery conceal you. Perfect timing. A few seconds later, two night watchmen turn the corner, about to walk past. Sophia's eyes flare with burning yellow light. The guards fall into a deep sleep and collapse on the spot. You drag them into the shadows. Once you have their keys, your dagger finishes them both off. The bodies dissipate. Two lesser deaths. Once inside and in the mansion's kitchen, you prick up your ears. You hear footsteps and muffled voices of Otten and his late-night guests. They are too far away for you to recognize a single word, but their voices are coming from the sitting room. This is promising. You need to make the way to Otten's study on the second floor. You sneak to the stairs, shrouded in total darkness. The voices are clear now. You're trying too hard to please both the overseer and the Archduke Magistrate. You ought to stop that before you lose your seat to someone else, unless you side with the right people, that is. Sir Otten, I wholeheartedly share the Archduke's anger, but a revolt the city will suffer immensely. So you're just a coward then, human. You have wasted enough time on this. You sneak to the upper floor and conceal yourself in Otten's study. So it's all true. Otten's in this thing, up to his eyeballs. We're almost out of time. Look for the papers, anything with Melandia's seal on it. We're gonna put the screw to this prick. The two of you hurriedly rummage through around the bookshelves, drawers and cabinets. Any note or letter you find that seems even remotely useful, you stuff in a bag. The floorboards creak, the footsteps grow louder and closer. The window. Glass shatters. Sophia jumps through the window frame. The door behind you slams open. Ottman dashes into the room with inhuman speed. He grabs a sword from the wall and rushes at you. Oh, jeez, man. Out of options, you leap outside just as cold steel slices through the skin on your back, but you are already falling. Sophia helps you to your feet. Don't let them get away. But the High Commander's order is futile. No one knows the streets and alleyways of Ansanti better than you and Sophia. Several hours later, you finally reach the door of the print shop. Take your shirt off. I need to wash that wound of yours. You got lucky, real lucky. He almost had you. What now? What will we do next? Oh, I'll send the overseer a little gift. I'm sure you and I will hear about Otten real soon. 3 days later, the papers find their way to Gaius Tempest. He issues an order to relieve Otten of his duties of the High Commander of Magra. Soon after that, the disgraced Archon departs from Castle Serpenverda, the citadel of his master Archduke Melandius. That fateful night has left you with a treasure of trove of dangerous information, enough to tarnish the reputation of many of the nobles Nobles complicated in the plot. You wisely keep the intelligence to yourselves for now. It just might come in handy one day. Dishonored. Spy network +1. We don't need more spy network. Rumors are running wild in Nzanti. People say that a mysterious clandestine society called the Last Straw holds the entirety of the seedy underbelly in its clutches, with men and safe houses all over Nzante, plotting and scheming against the nobles and the rulers of the province. Their leader is a woman, a ruthless climber by the name of Sophie. She has evaded all attempts of capture. The common people both fear the Last Straw and sympathize with their cause. If the rumors are true, the city finally has someone who will stop at nothing to help the people claim their rights. But who would support the secret organization, and how did the insurgents manage to survive this long? No one in the city knows the answers. Magistrate El Vermin must assuage the people's fears once again. The vile mutineers and heretics who call themselves the Last Straw will be caught and executed very soon, and anyone who has given them money and shelter will meet the same fate. The secret chancellery will make sure of that. But even facing a manhunt, the Last Straw still endures. Slowly but surely, the influence of this underground organization is spreading throughout this city. Okay, boys, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. It is time to call it good. Thank you all for staying by and watching. I hope you enjoyed this 4-hour long stream of me fucking around in a game. I surely enjoyed it, or else I wouldn't have gone 4 hours. Hopefully we can do more and hopefully achieve our goals of the free city tomorrow. If we cannot, we will resume later, you know? But, we'll see. Thank you all for watching, and, don't forget to, go over and, check out Grimazus on Twitch and on YouTube. He's the best. I stream with him often. Yeah. Have a good one.